Okay, we're doing it. Good morning. Good morning. So, what have we done? What have we done? I got the 3D area specifier thingo working. So the players can define an area in 3D space and have it follow the surface, which is really nice. And I got the mesh working yesterday. Well, for the most part. I've done some more work on it off stream to kind of get the placement of it working nicely, which was honestly a huge pain in the ass. But it was literally just to make sure that it is fixed on the spot that you place it, because I noticed it was getting offset very slightly in each direction. Strong case, welcome in. Hello. Which was honestly a huge pain. I gotta get all my shit set up still. Which was honestly. But yeah, so we done a little bit more. I did a little bit more work on the area off stream. But the problem I'm having now, and I was trying to get the overlaps working on it, which was honestly, I don't think the dynamic mesh is working properly, like as in like a feature overall. So if you look down in the output log, oh, I got to turn on my zoomy thing. Hang on. I got so many things that I have to do when I start up the stream. I forget them. Honestly, I'm gonna turn up the follow border. How much time do you think the game would need? As I answer to everybody, ask me again in 5 years. Ask me again in 5 years. But yeah, so I do have it to where I'm getting overlaps here. It's overlapping two things at the moment, which is good. That's what we want. But when I place it, the overlaps go to 0, and that's because I have to like... And when I inspect it, when I hit E here, it's supposed to give me the overlaps. That's what I've wired it up to do, but it's not. It's just stuck at 0. It's just stuck at 0. So that's a problem. And this is partly, in fact, brought to you by the fact that the way that I have to do this, like whenever a building gets placed, it actually spawns a new one. It doesn't like... It doesn't... take the placement, the blueprint mesh and use that one. It spawns a new one with the transform of the placement mesh. So I have to like copy over. I have to do this like really awkward copy over of the dynamic mesh to the other one, because it's just like the dynamic mesh size is calculated based off of your line trace hit. And that's not, so I can't just like, if I only have the transform of it, I actually don't have all the data that I need to recreate it. That's why I have to like copy it. I mean, where's my hump at? There it is, there's my hump. My hump. Okay. Here's the, getting a little laggy, but there you go. There's the, and I have the decal turned on, so it looks a little strange, but that's the functionality there. And now I just need to figure out something different. Because this is not working, even though I'm like adding collision and everything, and it has collision. Like if I change this dynamic mesh to blocking collision, like I will run into it and I will walk on top of it, but it will not give me any overlaps, and I don't know why. And also the dynamic mesh does not seem to work correctly unless I have async cooking turned on, which is another kind of weird thing, which makes me think that it's not working properly. And you know, it may not be production ready. It may not be a production ready thing within Unreal Engine. But yeah, I had to have complex collision and async cooking on, and I had to do this set dynamic mesh collision from mesh. I had to do all three of those things or else it didn't work at all. But now it only doesn't work when you place it. This one's weird because this is returning 0 sometimes. But only sometimes. Like what, why is that inconsistent? It is so inconsistent. It'd probably be even more. Let's actually, you know what? Let's go to the stylized level. Let's go to the procedural level here. There's no better day to switch from Unreal to Godot than yesterday. Oh, from Unreal to Godot? I don't know if I agree with that one. Does Godot have nanite now? I'm just memeing. Give me a nice little cave. There we go. Here's a nice cave. Oh, there we go. Okay. That one's gonna take a while to build. There it goes. Give me the output log. Oh, I did get 20 there. There's 20 overlapped components here, yeah. But eventually I'll need to go through here. Like if they said like, if the player was like, yeah, collect wood in this area, then yeah, it would overlap these little roots here and people could collect those if they could reach them. I think if you took all the time to learn Unreal, you wouldn't want to switch. Yeah, that's a good reason. That's a good reason. I mean, they're different engines and they're better for different things. Like if I was doing 2D, I think Godot would be a much better choice than Unreal Engine. But I am doing some pretty intense 3D things. And I don't think any other engine out there can match Unreal Engine's rendering capabilities, honestly. Not like a commercial engine, at least. And yeah, I understand there's a lot of games that come out that are poorly optimized in Unreal Engine. But honestly, that just kind of speaks to how easy it is to make a game in Unreal Engine, I think. Because it allows people who don't know what they're doing to actually release games. Which is kind of a weird way to look at it, I guess, but... yeah, you should still optimize the game. And Unreal Engine it's a complicated engine that has a low barrier to entry. So I think those two things equals sometimes there's going to be some games that come out where the developers don't know how to optimize them. So yeah, I'm going to place this. Oh god. Yeah, I do need to work on the, I need to offload the collision to the background thread, I believe. Now, if I placed area before it finishes getting built, is it eventually going to build? I don't think it will. Yeah, I don't think it will, so we'll need to work on that too. Yeah, I can't even look at it. What do you think about making our own engine? Our own engine? Is this communist Russia? Fucking America's birthday was yesterday. You're gonna come in here with that commie bullshit? No, I'm kidding. Yeah, I think if you have to ask whether or not you should make your own engine, then the answer is no. If you're gonna make your own engine, you should already know whether or not you need to. Like, it's a complicated thing and it's completely unnecessary for 99% of games. Right. Still getting 0 overlaps though. The overlaps are not there. Hey there, are you using Mixamo animations? I think I got a couple in here, yeah. A couple of placeholders. I don't know which ones, though. It's been a while. I mean, depends on how much you obsessed with graphics, but I've seen some pretty promising Godot projects in 3D. Yeah, not saying it's not a good engine or anything like that, but just saying that they are better at different things, I think. And I think, you know, on the rendering side of things, Unreal Engine is a bit more impressive. I see Unreal Engine as being on the more so on the cutting edge of game development technology. And like I said, if I was doing 2D, 100% I would choose Godot for that. So yeah, so let's figure out why these areas aren't getting overlaps. I'm wondering if I should what if I should just change how they're spawned altogether? Let me think here. So when we click, we do maybe start area resize mode. But I wonder if we should spawn the building object and then start resize mode on that building rather than so we should probably do this. I'm gonna maybe change how we do this. That way I don't have to swap ownership of the dynamic mesh like we're having to do here, which is super awkward. And I don't like it. Definitely not what I should be doing. And Voxter, hello. Welcome in. Welcome in, everyone. Happy day. For those who don't know, I'm working on a video game. This is Unreal Engine 5. It's going to be an RPG Colony Sim Roguelite with procedural destructible terrain and AI-generated quests. Which are, you know, all of those have like some, well, I guess I haven't done any roguelite stuff yet, but everything else has like some base, some foundation, some proof of concept in the game so far, but we're just trying to tie a bunch of things together. So yeah, this is a procedural world. Here is the world map right here. And these are all different zones or different biomes, and they have different names and stuff, which I think is kind of cool. This is a Blight Vale Abyss, Pine Ridge. Oh, this is just the Great Pyramid of Giza. They're AI-generated names as well. The Abyssal Depths, Moonshadow Basin, Crystal Lake, Emerald Enclave, Mage's Sanctum, the Second Haven, the Land of the Giants, the Depths of Hell. Holy shit. I've spawned in a world with a zone called the Depths of Hell. Right now we only have a couple different biomes, and only one of them is being rendered here. We do have different, like, so these are different, like, see this, like, mountain range right here? This is, like, the zone border. And so you can see there's, like, a different terrain noise up here than there is down here. This is, like, a flatter one, and then there's another zone over here that is, like, a really tall noise, terrain noise. So that's different than that as well. And then we've got 3D noise as well. So we have overhangs and caves and stuff. And right now I'm just spawning a bunch of like placeholder assets and stuff for all of it, right? Even the forest here. And eventually I'll kind of take a page out of Minecraft's book and spawn some monsters and some ore down here, give you a reason to go down there, right? And there's right now, these are just like some mushrooms you can pick and eat. And then these roots give you wood. You can chop trees down and stuff like that. So that's a little bit of the game so far. I have an ECS system as well for the Colony Sim side of things. I will be attempting to run the entire world. And my ECS system should allow me to do that better than the built-in Unreal Engine systems. And then, I've got some building stuff as well. Some building system. And right now, what I've been working on for the past couple days is areas. And this is a way for like let's say I wanted colonists to like chop down these trees or something, you know? I would want to define that area. I would want to like do something like this. Place that area, and I could be like, pardon how shitty it looks, but I would be like, this, I could name this area, I could give it a name, be like, tree chopping 1 or something. And then I could tell my colonists, hey, go chop the trees in this area, right? I'll also just be able to tell them, like, chop trees within a radius, of the colony or something like that. But we're working on that, and I wrote this, like, pretty cool voxel algorithm to do so. You see, as I place it, like, these voxels actually pop up. And it does, I do basically, like, a voxel walking algorithm to, like, figure out what is in this area, right? And this will allow me to, like, check for overlaps and, like, on the trees. And so I can actually get, when the colonists need to do something, I can check for overlaps on this this voxel mesh that I create. And I can return, all the trees for them to go chop and stuff like that. Go Stop. Welcome in. A with very basic questions. If I'm starting game dev, should I start with something like Unreal Engine? As that is, at least right now, the best option. I mean, you should think about what kind of game you want to make, and then research the different engines and what they're good at, what they're bad at, and make a decision as to what's important to you. Or should I start with something else and then later switch to Unreal? I mean, you can start with Unreal. You can start with any engine that you want to. If you know that you want to use Unreal, though, I see no reason not to start with it. I'll say that. Catgrow, hello, welcome in. Corpse. Curious about the casting in your blueprint. I'm kind of new to Unreal Engine, and I constantly keep hearing that casting is bad unless you're casting to the components of the same class. It's just something you need to think about when you do. I assume you're talking about this right here, these guys. So these are subclasses. Well, this is my building component, and then I'm casting to a building type here. And what you can do to check how bad these are is right click on the asset that you're casting in, go to this size map version, and you can see the size of this asset. And anytime you cast, one of these boxes pops up. Anytime you cast, or anytime that you have a property with that type, right? So like somehow like my building component has a reference to my blueprint utility functions, which has a reference to my player HUD, which has a reference to the system menu, player controller, character base, which has references to all of my abilities. And so the way you can break these up is by either not casting, or you can create interfaces. I don't like interfaces as a heavy-handed approach, you know. I do use them plenty, but a lot of interfaces just makes things really hard to follow, especially in blueprints. But what you can do is instead use like soft class pointers and soft object pointers, which will prevent this from happening. And this is my building component. It's only 133 megabytes, so it's not super bad. What I really need to do is just break out this utility functions library, because that's what's bringing like everything in. But I can't even see the area on here. And in any case, the area is a building type. This is the building component. So those are likely going to be loaded in at all times anyway, right? Anytime I have a building component, I'm just going to need to have the building types, right? So you just need to think about it and be like, hey, even though I'm casting here, are these things always going to be loaded at this time? And a lot of times the answer is yes, so it doesn't really matter that much. But you do want to check in on that size map to make sure that your stuff can load in effectively. How do you prevent players from under-meshing? I'm not sure what you mean by that, Delayed Drain. I don't know what under-meshing means. Not offense, but don't you think you are getting scope creep? I 100% am, and I'm here for it. Scope creep is my middle fucking name. That's what they called me in high school, actually. It's a good old Mydrong scope creep over there. I was just worried there's quite a few people saying that switching engines might be troublesome and that I should stick to one engine. That's why I'm worried, is if I pick a wrong engine early on, I might waste a lot of time. Well, that's why you just gotta, I mean, if you're not making like some crazy game, you know, like most engines will be able to do it on some level. So unless you're doing something like really specific, like, I mean, for me, you know, I have a lot of like really intense systems. I have an ECS system. You know, I do AI stuff, I do procedural terrain, but if you're not doing anything crazy, there's probably not like a super bad decision that you can make. But that's why I just say, like, you know, look into the engines, look into what they're capable of with whatever game you want to work on in your mind, and then, you know, make an informed decision. Do you use wave function collapse or voxels? Neither. Well, those are voxels, but that's just a voxel algorithm to define a space. The terrain doesn't use voxels or anything. Well, not inherently, at least. Started using interfaces myself just because I keep on hearing that casting is next to the devil. I mean, not really. It's not the devil. You just need to think about it. You need to know what you're doing, basically. And yeah, like I'll say the one that's probably bad is casting to your player class, because that's the one that's going to literally tightly couple everything. And I recently went through and just like kind of broke that out myself, but I didn't have to use interfaces to do that, right? I would just reference things. I would reference my character class as an actor, and only cast in like the root classes that I actually really needed to, which ended up being very few. and just came up with better ways to organize it that didn't involve interfaces. But yeah, I mean, this isn't bad, really. The size of this is not bad. It is weird that the bow texture gets loaded in when the building component gets loaded in, but the building component is on the player. So anytime the player is loaded in, the building component is going to be loaded in. So it's just something you need to think about. Yeah, just check that. If you're worried about it, check the size map. This will tell you everything you need to know, pretty much. You could download Unreal and see how it goes for a short while. It's free to use. Yeah. Yeah, maybe if you tell us what kind of project you're going to work on, we can give you some more specific advice. But you know, I wanted to use Unreal Engine because, like I said before, I see it as closer to the cutting edge of game dev, and so I want to be like on top of all the new features and stuff that come out. You know, nanite lumen. Now we have voxel, we have like nanite voxel foliage coming out soon too, I guess. And the pricing model is better than something like Unity. And I like having the option for blueprints while also having the option for code. Like I write most of my stuff in code, but I do like having the option for doing this as well. I think a lot of people know Unreal Engine. It's a popular engine, so there is value in that as well. You have your released games. I've never released a game. This is just free time stuff for me. Just hobby time stuff.
Hello.
Imaginary villain. Welcome in.
Why are you running?
Bag up, baby.
Why are you running?
Back up, Terry.
What did we first? Oh, Lord.
That probably happened a lot yesterday.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
What the dog doing?
How goes it? It's good. We just got started about 20 minutes ago. How was your stream? What were you working on today? You were doing the 3D Castlevania platformer type game, if I recall correctly. How goes it? How was the stream? Tell us what you were working on. Unless you have to go. If you need to go, totally fine. Please do so. But yeah, we're just kind of talking. We're just kind of yapping a little bit. Interesting. How did you build procedurals? I've got a voxel world set up in Godot along with a Mega Man style jumping system, but I haven't really looked into the documentation for it yet for biomes. Yeah, all my systems are kind of like my own thing, so I didn't use. The only built-in thing I'm using is a dynamic mesh component to actually mesh the chunks. But how it goes is that the first thing I do is I generate this map. And I just kind of take a material, which has a noise node. There's like a gradient function on it, which is, you know, that's effectively your Perlin noise or simplex noise, you know, that kind of thing. And it outputs, you know, something like this. And so we have some white, some black, and then I use this is like my altitude map, basically. And so, you know, the white is super high up, the black is ocean. And then what I do is I put a Voronoi algorithm on top of it, and it creates a bunch of Voronoi cells. And then I iterate through each cell and I pick a color for each cell. Each color represents a biome here. And those just kind of naturally connect the different Voronoi cells into interesting shapes like we see. And then I go through and I start defining each zone or biome, whatever you want to call it. I, you know, randomly generate a name. I come up with its border splines. Like, where am I at? This is called the Land of the Unicorns. So the Land of the Unicorns, I come up with the border spline, which looks like that. So there's the border, there's the zone right there. And then that's what I can actually use in my height map algorithm. And so I have a compute shader that is my height map algorithm, and all this information gets passed into there. And then each zone has a different set of parameterized noise. It's like a struct with a bunch of different parameters on it. I pass that into the compute shader, and then the GPU goes burr. And what it does is it does a bunch of different things. One of which it does the blending for the mountains. And so for every single vertex in each terrain chunk, it'll check its distance to the nearest spline, and we can lerp. We can just do a height lerp there. I apply curves to it, height curves, offset curves, you know, I do that with the altitude values of each chunk, because each pixel on here is a terrain chunk, right? So I can get the values from that. Then I do a weighted average distance blend on the noise. Like, so for every vert in every single chunk, I have to get its value as if it was rendered with each neighbor chunk, add all those up, and then make sure I'm weighting them based on the distance to those chunks. So for this chunk, I need to blend between that one, 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 and that one. So kind of a heavy operation, but what it allows me to do is have these different parameterized noises and have them all blend together. And this is not a C that is very good at showing that. So let's find one that is good at showing that. So we're at 300, 301 by 301. And that's an ocean. That's an ocean. But once the height map is done, or rather, there's also a 3D noise shader as well that generates the caves and stuff like that. Then I have like a customized marching cubes algorithm that stitches them all together. And so here will be an example right here. And so in one zone, we have like some flat noise here. And then on this zone, we have the like bumpy, craggy noise. And I know that the textures need to be blended, but the terrain itself blends, right? It goes from all this bumpy stuff to the smooth stuff. And that's because of the weighted average blend, distance blend. And then the marching cubes compute shader, it is a voxel algorithm, but like, it doesn't need to, like, how it stitches them together, it doesn't necessarily align with a voxel resolution, nor does the destructible terrain. As a matter of fact, someone just asked about the AI quest system, so let's turn on spawning here. So I wrote my own ECS system for this. And if I can even find the button for it, spawn mobs. And then what I do is I take the vertex and index buffer data for the terrain chunks, and I just store that. I don't actually mesh every chunk. And I save that data and I put it in a spatial data structure, like a bounding volume hierarchy, pretty much. And then I can effectively do line traces, like all these chunks out here, that'll start to show up. Like you see how there's all these trees and stuff here, even though the chunk isn't there. It's not, the chunk isn't just invisible. There's just literally not a mesh there. There is no mesh there. All I have is the triangle data for the mesh. And because it's stored in this bounding volume hierarchy, I can do a line trace through it very effectively without needing to iterate through every single triangle and check for a line segment triangle intersection. I can just do a line trace and it'll do that a lot more efficiently for me. And so I wrote my own PCG node to sample the surface of this triangle data, and then that allows me to figure out where these spawn things are going to be. And it also allows me to, once the navigation gets out here, just give it a few more seconds, it's generating right now. But the navigation gets that same triangle buffer, index buffer data. And so you can see how some of the nav mesh is being generated here. It knows where the terrain will be, even though the terrain's not there. And again, it's not just invisible, it is literally not there. And so that allows me to save on memory a lot, while still also running my ECS system. My entities are still going to be able to move around on here because I have a nav mesh. And those entities don't rely on collision at all because I kind of rewrote it. I kind of rewrote it in my own way. And so I do my own collision on the entities, and I have this whole velocity gravity processor that makes sure that they're being settled on the terrain as they move around, and they can move up slopes and down slopes. And so that's how I'm going to run the simulation when the player's not actually around, when there's no terrain actually rendered or anything, right? And we're a little laggy. Why are we this laggy? But the AI quest system, someone asked about that. Give me a few frames here. That, I already have a proof of concept for that. I essentially just dump my entire item database and all the classes that I have and stuff into a prompt and send it off to Gemini, which has like the million context window. And I send it to the Gemini API. And I just basically say, hey, generate a quest for these characters. So I think we're GPU bound here. The GPU ain't GPUing very well. I mean, they're both quite bad. They're both quite bad right now. Oh well, I need to go find a colonist, which is one of the green guys. Okay. So this is... Who are you? Who are you? Leander... Oh my god, it is so laggy. Okay. So right now I can just click this and it all runs with 10... Yeah, I don't know. Usually it doesn't. I don't know what's the issue here. But I have a bunch of like AI generated like backgrounds and stuff like that. And so this Leander Copper is a 26-year-old male human paladin who was dependent and none. Leander always relies on others. This dependence on those around him, while not intended, it fostered a sense of expectation and entitlement. In his adulthood, despite his flaws, Leander was not a bad person. His inherent dependence on others often translated into a desire to protect those around him. This led him down the path of a paladin. And so his quest should have gotten generated by now. Right then, I need some help. Perhaps something a bit sensitive. The Shrine of Sunhaven, just west of here, has been violated. Someone or something has been stealing the consecrated oil used for the perpetual flame. I need you to investigate the Shrine of Sunhaven discreetly. Find out who or what is stealing the oil. And so this all got returned to me in like a JSON object. And I have it encoded such that I can actually spawn like the classes that it picks, and it actually picks the class paths and gives them to me for the most part correctly. And so I've actually gotten it able to spawn things. It's really bad at picking where to spawn them, but I plan on having like POIs and stuff like that that I can use as like locations. And I'll have a bunch of spawn points like pre-generated, so I can just like pick some spawn points, you know. Leander Copper, a paladin from the local temple, needs my help. He's offering 10 silver and a favor. So yeah, my objective is to just explore the Shrine of Sunhaven. Why don't your superiors trust you? Well, my enthusiasm sometimes outweighs my competence. They think I'm going to blunder into the situation, making things worse. They might be right, but it also means I need someone by my side. Okay, I'll take the job, Leander. Excellent, thank you so much. Right, first be discreet. The priests at the shrine are proud and a little skeptical of outsiders. Tell them you're just passing through and paying respects. Yeah, what is rendering right now that is so bad though? Yeah, I am giving like I said, I'm giving the AI like my entire database of items, and I give it everything that's spawned into the world as well. So it can actually reference some other things as well. Frame sync time. Yeah, I don't know why is the rendering so slow today? I mean, maybe I can just restart or something. Of course, I did it in the middle of navigation generating, which is a big no-no. We'll rebuild. Let me catch up on chat while that happens. Yeah, Metrovania, and I mostly fix some bugs with the Death Tarot and my encounter system. That sounds cool. Then did story time about all the dumb crap I've done in my game dev career, as people kept wanting to know. Yeah, what have you done? I want to know now. Thank you for the raid, though, Imaginary Villain. Not sure if you're still here, but I appreciate the raid. It was not the most productive day at all. Sometimes you just gotta yap, though, you know? Give the people what they want. How to use cache file to in blueprints or encode to check bug in class. You know what, Mesh Rocket Gaming, I wish I understood what you were saying, but I don't. I'm sorry. That's really cool, thank you. Delay drain. Undermeshing is when players end up outside the map's visible meshes, usually through exploits. The terrain generates around the player. The player is like a terrain invoker, a terrain generation invoker. So wherever they are, the terrain should be generated. And there is collision on the terrain for the player, but only on like the actual generated rendered terrain is their collision. So that should prevent them from falling through the world and such. So when are you going to just package and sell this system on Fab? Never, I hope. That means I have customers, and customers are the worst. Jared, welcome in. Welcome in, Jared. How are you planning on tying AI generated quests to actual in-game content? Locations, items, NPCs. Yeah, I'm gonna just pass all of it into the prompt and let it choose. Because yeah, that's why I chose Gemini. One, because it's cheap. Two, because it's got the 1 million context window. So yeah. Are you using a specialized Gemini agent for the game? Nope, haven't gotten that far yet. I do intend to check out some local open source models though, just maybe for some AI banter and whatnot. Still lurking, just being lazy? Hell yeah, and a bit intoxicated. Well, sounds like yesterday was successful for you. How to do this one exact specific thing that only I'm looking for and no one has the answer to. Yeah, and also I don't even understand what the question is either. Stories talk. Welcome in. But yeah, Venge, that's get a lot of that. Get a lot of that from the YouTube Shorts crowd. Okay, see, now we're at a reasonable frame rate. It's dropping. No, it's not. We're like 80, 70, 80 frames. Oh, I think we're not spawning the entities right now. Oh no, yeah we are. I don't know why it was so slow. Just a bit ago. Sometimes Unreal Engine is just a little finicky, you know. We have Cassian Storm's Eye here. Cassian, can you generate a quest for me if I don't run into a tree? Hello. Let's inspect. Cassian is a 27-year-old male half-orc rogue who is bloodthirsty and dependent. That's crazy. Cassian's early life was defined by violence and bloodshed, leaving him with a thirst for power and a disregard for human life. Fascinating. He is feared for his ruthlessness and efficiency, and his loyalty is a dangerous thing to have and a more dangerous thing to lose. Fascinating. Oh, apparently I'm a warlock. Warlock, is it? Perhaps you can be of use to me. There's a merchant, old Silas Blackwood, which is another character spawned into the world somewhere. I don't know where, but that is a name that exists in my database that got passed to the prompt, so that's cool. There's a merchant, old Silas Blackwood, fancies himself untouchable. Talks loud, brags louder, and lately he's been flaunting a trinket that doesn't belong to him. A small obsidian box, etched with glowing runes. Fetch it for me. Oh god, now the FPS is dropping. What did I change that did that? Tell me more about Blackwood. He's an old miser, paranoid and greedy, fancies himself untouchable. Has 2 guards, ex-mercenaries, if the rumors are true. Why do you want this box? That's no concern of yours, just get the box. What will you do with it once I get it? Again, not your concern. I have plans for the box, plans that will hopefully prove to be beneficial with your participation. Cassian Stormseye wants me to steal an obsidian box from Silas Blackwood, a local merchant. He says it's locked in a strong box in Blackwood's study. Blackwood's having a dinner party soon, and he has guards. Silas Blackwood's secret. And so it also generates quest chains, so I imagine there's actually another one that I got that will happen after this. So it can actually give me an array of those JSON objects. I think I'm having a problem in my job and it's related to something you work on. Can I share with you? Yeah, you're welcome to try and share. You are welcome to share. Yes, I'll do that. Yeah, what is so wrong right now? How many entities do I have? I wonder if it's the change to the weak pointers on the ability system that I have. Yes. Spare me. I know it hurts. Just let me continue and I'll stop it. Thank you. Shit. The visual logger does not like being ran. Okay, so we have over 1,000 entities. We have like 1,200-ish. Yeah, we got like 1,200 entities. A lot of them seem to be falling through the ground, which is no bueno. I thought we fixed this. I thought we fixed this. Oh my god, most of them are falling to the ground. Yep, that'll do it. That'll do it, I suppose. Oh god, now I'm falling. Yeah, and you can get all this at 10 FPS. All of it can be yours. Oh my goodness. Oh boy. To really change things to using foreground threads rather than background threads. So I can just end the game and not have the threads be abandoned mid thread, which is why all those happen, right? Like I end the game, everything gets like cleaned up and garbage collected. The background threads still run, and so you have these pointers that are now nulled. It doesn't like wait for the threads to finish, which a foreground thread would. So I think I should do foreground threads a bit more. I did like that seed though. We were next to 2 different biomes. But we'll turn the mobs off for now. Isabella, hello. Hey again. Welcome in. Willkommen, mein Freund. Yeah, the reason I wanted to... Oh my god, this map is just all... it's just all land. There's only a tiny bit of ocean on this one. But this zone I'm in is called the Staff of Magic, and these white dots are the zone entrance chunks. And so those are a break in the mountains. So around the border of every different color is a mountain range. But the white ones, which will actually be interesting. I kind of want to go over there because there could be a... there's like a path through that one zone, which will be really cool. Yes, there's the 3D noise. AAA performance, how do I pre-order it? Yeah. Well, I don't even have a name for the game yet, so... It's gonna be a bit. It's gonna be a minute. The game name is just called My Project, working title. I'm new here. What's the meaning behind the pixelated map? How does it work? So this is the procedurally generated map. And every pixel on here is a terrain chunk. And so each one of those pixels informs like one of these terrain chunks. And it gets its data from that map. You know, what's my altitude? What are my terrain noise parameters? What zone do I belong to? Am I next to a mountain? Should I be trying to render a mountain? Should I be blending between a neighbor zone? That kind of stuff. What assets should I spawn? That kind of thing. But this is my only other biome here. This is the meadows biome. So that's the forest biome, and then this is like meadows here. But this is that white dot. I guess my cursor is probably quite a bit off here, but the white dot is the break in the mountains. So zooming out the border of the zone, you can kind of see it because I didn't blend my textures, but you can see the border of the zone. And then there's the entrance right there. We're using Visual Studio. I think an editor is a matter, but Visual Studio is prepackaged with everything, so I'm confused. Okay. I'm not sure what your question is, but thank you for that. What are you using for mesh generation? I mean, component or module or whatever. I just want to get into the topic myself at some point. The actual meshes themselves are dynamic mesh components. But as far as that, like there's built-in, I use a lot of different noise generators. I use a fast noise plugin for Unreal Engine. I use the built-in material noise nodes. And then I wrote my own Perlin noise generator as well. If you're wondering what I'm using for the actual noise. And then those are in compute shaders for the most part. Odd Oculus, the homie, welcome in. Welcome in. Check out this fucking algorithm I wrote. Yeah, let's find a nice little cave here. So I was working on trying to define areas for the player to be like, hey, chop trees within this area, right? And there were a lot of side effects with that because I was just going to do like a square, right? So let me draw out the problem space for you here for a second. So brown is terrain, right? So here's the terrain. We're looking at a side profile. So this is all terrain, and we'll put like, here's a cave right there. So this is all terrain. Player is right here. They're going to click and draw a zone, right? And so they're going to start like, we'll start like right there, right? They're going to click and draw that zone, and they're going to walk up here. And what they probably want is this right here, right? They probably want this surface defined. And so then they're going to walk up here, and they're going to draw a box, right? So it's going to be like, you know, boom, the box is going to be something like that. Now, what's going to happen, you know, with just the volume is that it's actually going to define this cave here, which is not what we want. That cave might be dangerous, and then you'll end up sending your colonists into that cave. And also, you're going to send them up here too, on this overhang. So that's a problem. We have a problem now. So the solution I came up with was this like walking voxels. And so it voxelizes the world. And it kind of walks from the start point, and it can define all of that, right? And so even though I'm using like a box to start it with, it's not going to grab like, you know, if there's a little pocket under here, it's not going to grab that. I was super proud of that. It was a fun little algorithm to work on. Tis a little laggy, so it needs some work. But it'll like wrap around stuff as well, so I can like start here. If I come up over here, you know, even though the box is like, oh god, it's taking a while. There we go. Even though the box was like smaller, it can still, you know, define all of that. And it works for buildings too. So you can put an area, and you can be like, hey, colonists, I want you to stay in this area, or maybe I want you to stay out of this area, or I want you to chop trees here, gather food here, that kind of stuff. So. And yeah, that's a little laggy because of the collision settings that I'm trying to figure out. Yeah, Buvan, I don't understand what you're at. You didn't ask me a question. Never voxelized anything in my life, but I like it. It's very satisfying. And I actually made it to where it can voxelize the trees too. And I figured out that like this actually has a side effect of being used for like something like fire, because it's like a walking algorithm. I can start with a voxel, and then I can voxelize at like a rate for the fire spreading. And I can actually get it to like walk up trees and stuff like that, which was really cool. Dynamic mesh mode. I thought maybe something more complex or more performant in a sense. Thanks. Yeah. Does it have world partitioning in your game? So I don't use any of the built-in Unreal Engine systems, basically. not for terrain. I use like gas and stuff like that, but this is just a terrain chunk. So that's the only partitioning I have, is just my own distinction. Then we have dynamic tree chopping as well. So the tree actually chops where the axe connects. And eventually you will get through it, and it will chop. My animations suck right now, though. I messed them up. And now I have wood. Bro, question. I still have an empty game thread in my profiler. I re-enabled the channels after stage 3 to disable them all. I'm still cooked. Any tips? I don't know. Make them look like this. CPU frame GPU. I think it's probably the 3 default ones. Oh, the comments are probably in the way, but yeah, CPU frame GPU I think would be the ones that you need. I think at a minimum. I always do stat named events. Runs a little slower, but it gives you more information. Is this Unreal? It is. Bro, the rendering is just terrible today. It's terrible. Don't know what any of that means, but cool. Yeah, basically the vibe, yeah. I assume you also made an LOD system for your generated chunks. I do have it built in, but I think I'm actually just going to go with a single resolution, actually. Because if I do LODs, then that changes the navigation. The navigation that exists out here on the chunks that aren't even generated. So like that kind of messes up my whole Colony Sim whole world running thing. So I think I'm just going to stick with a single resolution, I think. And it'll just be kind of like lower than, you know, my highest resolution a little bit. But we'll see. Was that a state tree you popped up? No, that was the profiler. So that shows me like the performance of everything. Not sure what I got borked. I have those enabled, but none of that shows up, huh? Do you have the state tree open still? Like, make sure the state tree is closed as well. But I'm sure you've already done that. Really, you can't keep the resolution of the nav mesh the same despite the LOD changes? Well, it's just not worth it. It's not, because I already, like, in order to keep the nav mesh the same, I need the data. The higher res data. And if I have that data, like, there's no point in making it a lower res. Or rather, a higher... Or no, yeah, I said it right the first time. There's no point in having it a lower res because I have the high res data anyway, so that the nav mesh can render it. And it's like, yeah, I could just like freeze the nav mesh there so it doesn't update, and then that way I can get rid of the data. But the thing is, the nav mesh does need to update because the colonists could be out here chopping trees or something, or deforming the terrain. So the nav mesh does need to update. So I can't just freeze it and get rid of the data because I need that. I need that data. So yeah, it's a lot of technical challenges there, but memory is basically my biggest bottleneck. But yeah, it was a good question, a very insightful question actually. And yeah, I don't think I'm going to be able to go very deep in the world, and I'll probably end up needing to do a kind of I already built like a terrain invoker system. Right now it's only on the player, but I think that there are going to need to be like, I'm not going to have every single entity actually running, but only the important ones, right? Like the ones that are just like wandering in the forest to be attacked when a player comes by. Like those don't need to be running when the player isn't there, right? So we can clear those guys. We can probably get rid of the terrain that they're under as well. And you know, we'll just wait until either a player or an important like colonist type character gets over there. So I think that's so it's not literally going to be the entire world, just as much of the world that needs to be, right? I think that'll be the move. I still need to write a entity relevance invoker system though for that. But yeah, right now what I need to do is I need to take this area placement, and it needs to actually fucking give me the overlaps properly. So let me open up the output log, and the annoying part is the chunk is like, the tree trunk is constantly sleeping. So it gets overlaps while I'm drawing it, but once I place it, it's zero overlaps, which is super annoying. Joker, what's up? Welcome in. Hana, welcome in as well. I think that's just because of the way, like, I spawn things, so I think I'm gonna have to change it up a little bit here. So where is my start placement? No. This is why I hate blueprints. It's so hard to, like, navigate. Cancel build, we can probably get rid of that. Get prop transform, get rid of those. Update target actor, I don't think I need that. Update process. Maybe start area resize mode, update placement. Finish build. Where is like, is it start placement that we do it in? No, it's in like finish, right, it's in finish build. So this is what we'll need to switch up here. Draw guy. Yeah, Odd, I'm not sure what your issue is here then. I mean, I assumed you've like restarted the engine and everything. I don't know, there's also some defaults somewhere, I know. Somewhere. In here. Is it in project settings then? There was somewhere where you could specify like command line defaults for it. I'm not sure where that went. I'm CPU bound and can never uncover why. Yeah, that's like really annoying though. I need to delete all of these. I have 4 gigs of trace files. But you might look at, it's like there's a way to specify channels. And so you can like try this. Try to like open the session browser front end and connect this way. Maybe try a standalone. And then when you run a standalone one, you can like connect to it. It should show up in here. I have no idea what that fucking tab is for. Not a fan of BPs either, and I used to like them a lot. Used to use them a lot. The organization is so much harder, it seems. And maybe that's just because I've been a programmer for so long. But yeah, I have a much harder time organizing it and finding things in them. So yeah, what I need to do is instead of spawning, I need to spawn it immediately, basically. But I think this actually needs to be after we spawn it. What's easy, blueprints or C++? I mean, that answer is different for every person. For me, it's C++ because I've been a programmer for very long, for quite some time now. Why is this stream in vertical and not horizontal? Because you were scrolling in YouTube Shorts, so it showed up in vertical. I have 2 streams. One of them is vertical, one of them is horizontal. The vertical one gets pushed to the YouTube Shorts feed. If you want to watch the horizontal one, links are in the bio to Twitch and YouTube. It's not, that doesn't just happen automatically also. Like, I had to set up like a whole separate like scene in OBS, and it's actually kind of a massive pain in the ass to do. Like, so it's not just like, it's not just something you can just like click a button and do. You have to, there was a lot of work that went into setting that up actually. Kind of a pain. Kind of a pain. And the mouse tracking software, that was a pain too. I ended up having to rewrite that too. I found like a plugin, but then it didn't work. It didn't work because of how the cursor in Unreal Engine works. But anyways, I digress. Yeah, so what are we gonna do? We're gonna spawn the building object when we place it. We're spawning a new one, but for the area, the player needs to like click and drag it, you know? So I don't want to like, I should probably like get rid of the placement version of it. And let me look up, is there like a placement finish? I have a start placement. Where's like the, I mean, I guess I am in the finish. I'm in finish build. But where is the actual, where does it actually destroy the placement? Excuse me, the placement object. Left panel is easier than the tabs. Yeah, but the thing is, like, I just don't know the names of some of them, right? Like, there's so many I don't remember the names, so I need, like, a visual look at them. And then there's, like, all these, like, folders and stuff. I don't know. I find it way easier to navigate around C++, and I can organize things better that way. Destroy placement building object. Destroy actor. Okay. Yeah, I guess I'll do that. So, destroy placement building object. Maybe start area resize mode. Yeah, okay, so we'll if we start it successfully, we destroy it. Oh, there's a horizontal version too. I didn't know it was kind of like a reach hack. I thought it was like the new official way to reach. I mean, I think yes to both actually. I think there's a lot of people who only stream vertically, but I don't know. Like, for those on YouTube Shorts, like, you probably don't know this, but if you pause any YouTube short, including me right now, there's a chip at the top that says live, and then you can get kicked off into like a live only shorts feed. Like, no one knows that. And I'll just say the quality varies a lot on, like, people stream the most random ass fucking shit on there. And it's just people who just like open up YouTube and click go live on their phone, right? They're not like actual streams, which is very weird. One thing I hate in Blueprints is the limited use of commenting. Yeah, commenting is harder, right? Commenting is harder. Yeah, I agree. I hate how the thing I hate the most is the back button and the undo button. Those are the two. Those are so bad. The back button, if you click the back button, it only stays within the tab that you have open. It doesn't go back and forth between tabs. And by tab, I mean like two different assets. Like, I'm here. If I don't have any history here. So if I click back, say I'll go back there, and then I'll click over here, click some other things. See, I'm only staying within this tab. I should be going back over to building area. That's annoying. That's annoying. And when you hit undo, it does the opposite. It'll undo whatever you did in any other asset. So like, changes will happen. You will undo things and you don't know what you just undid because you can't see it because it's in some other editor, maybe even a closed one. So that's my biggest gripe with it. Well, this explains it. You guys just made my drawings the cool place to hang out. It is the clubhouse. It's the hangout. The main problem with BP for me is just quite hard for me to make them make sense, whereas I find it quite easy in C++. Yeah, same here. Same here. I found a live shorts feed the other day and it was a dark rabbit hole. Yeah, it's interesting. Tana, press pause right now on my video. There's a chip at the top and it says live on it. Click that and start scrolling. You'll see what we mean. What GPU do you have? I have a 3080 Ti. Okay, so we destroy the placement building object. We're gonna maybe restart. And then we kind of just do nothing, right? And then false would be going here, I think, because then we call this again. I guess we should probably we need to check up front still, though, I think, to make sure that we do or don't call finish area. I think we need to call this up front now. Because if I click again and finish build, well, I should basically do nothing, actually. I should reinstate the placement object, I guess is what I need to do. If we are in area resize mode, we should finish it. But again, that needs to happen up front. If we are resizing area, we're just going to move right ahead. If we're not, well, when does start resizing? This is maybe if we're not, then we do. If we do, then we don't. Okay, that makes sense. So we're going to do that. We are resizing. We're going to finish. And I think do nothing, actually. I think we do nothing. And then this, we're going to start area resize mode. And I think we don't want the Boolean there, actually. I think we just go straight there. Instagram had this kind of like hidden watch strange live streams feature too. Yeah, there's some weird ones for sure. Yeah, it's just the quality. Every once in a while, you'll scroll into someone that like has an actual stream and is actually doing something. You know, like maybe they're playing games or they got like a little talk show or something. But then you just like get people who are just like fucking like cooking, and it's just like the stream is just a boiling pot of water with like loud sounds and like their family's like yelling in the background. You know. The ideas for plugins similar Tweet works for YouTube live streaming. Not 100% sure what you're asking, but I use se.live to do my multi-streaming in OBS. That's one of the main plugins I use. Okay, so yeah, if we are not resizing, we maybe do. Oh yeah, and I actually need to. True, if it's true, we don't do anything because we will have already spawned and kicked it off into the rebuild mode. I guess if it's true, then we just need to destroy the placement object. Yeah. We need to do that. Okay, so this is getting a little messy. Get that out of here. Let's pull this off to the side for a sec. So yeah, if we maybe start area resize mode. Well, no, this happens after, actually. This part needs to happen after. Because we spawn, and then we do, like, maybe start area resize mode. Which will be like this. We go there. And then this goes... This is getting so messy. If that's true, we destroy placement object. And this is another thing I hate about blueprints. You have to play this like organization game right here. Connect the noodles. I hate it. You got to do one of these guys, you know, like, ugh. Spare me. Spare me. Yeah, good luck publishing your game today. Good luck. Okay, so let's go back here. Do I use either of those? Get building object class. Let's clean this up a little bit. You don't actually need local variables, and whoever initially wrote this plugin did that. Yeah, so we don't need that we don't need that anymore. We shouldn't need local building object handle either. Okay, so we get rid of those now. Perfect. Get a little bit more space. Yes. Okay. So if we are resizing the area mode and we click and we do the finish build, which is just when you click, we're just going to finish the area resize mode, and then we will need to do the placement thing again. Start placement build object, I think is what we'll need to do. Let me make sure. And I think we can probably just do building object handle there. And then that will set area resize mode to false, which is nice. That is actually perfect. That is perfect. And then, yeah, it respawns it. Okay, so I think that's good. That's good. Good, Anakin, good. Do it now. Do it. So if we're not resizing, just do the normal stuff. And honestly, default colony, should I get the... I have a colony component, right? No, I don't. Never mind. Okay. Keep that the same. Do the normal stuff. We spawn, which will spawn a new area, is what we want. We're gonna maybe start area resize mode, but we're doing this needs now a parameter for the building object actor. And this is going to be new building or something. New building, pass that in there. So that's now what we're going to use instead of the placement building. Cast it, set as area resize mode, and then we can return true there. Might as well just do that. We return true, which means we destroy the placement building object. And we're calling finish area resize mode here on the local building object, which I don't think is what we want now anymore. That now happens up here. Right. So do that instead. Check and attach to target, which will not happen because it can't attach to anything. Does this work? This, I need to get rid of this now too. So yeah, we're no longer going to change the ownership. Finish area placement does what? Yeah, we're not going to do that either now, which is nice. I think, do we fucking do anything here other than set to false? I don't think, I feel like no. I'm doing all this at runtime, of course. Is my controller just fucked? No. Okay, we're still here. It did not work. It did not work. But for visual programmers, it's wonderful. Yeah, I get how blueprints are really nice for like designers and stuff like that. Anytime you just need to like tweak some stuff, yeah. You don't want to have to jump into C++ to do so. I always have something to watch in the second display while deving. It takes care of the part of the brain that wants distractions. Yeah, I usually do as well. When I'm working. See, my keyboard does not really like me typing letters today. Yeah, mine doesn't like me typing every day, so I feel you. TweeWorks is Unreal plugin for Twitch, which lets live audience to interact with your game, like playing small animations. Or okay, so like Boom, it's like Boom Stream. How do you recommend getting into this field without work experience? I couldn't tell you because I am not in this field. This is just free time stuff. But if my experience with being a self-taught programmer has taught me anything, it's you just have to do it a lot, have a lot to show for it on your resume. A lot of projects, things that relate to what you want to do, and then you can prove to people that you can do that thing, and then they'll be like, hey, I'll pay you money to do that. So I think you just got a lot of practice, a lot of projects on your resume. That would be my suggestion. Do things that sound cool, that sound interesting. Put AI. Anytime you can put AI on your resume, fucking do it, honestly. That's the new... When I was coming up, it was like Internet of Things. That was like the hot, home automation was the hot thing. So that's what I put. I did some projects with home automation that sound cool. I put like, I can turn my coffee pot on from anywhere in the world on my resume. Yeah. Definitely got brought up in a couple different interviews. Any recommendations on what software or projects to start with? Nope. You got to find something that you're interested in. Pick a project that you are motivated in. That answer is going to be personalized to you. And so you got to figure that out for yourself. But I guess I did give you a AI, like do something with AI that's going to get your resume looked at, I think, more than others that don't have it on there. But if you're not interested in that, don't do it, because then you'll never be able to be motivated to work on it. So that's the most important part. Find something you're motivated to work on, so something you're interested in. Okay. So finish build happens if we are already in area resize mode. The placement object did get destroyed. Oh, but you know what? The placement, this object is not getting like the updates on it. Okay, I think I understand. So that is all getting sent to the placement object. Okay. That's annoying. I need to change this function to C++. This is like, this is becoming a mess. How do you edit 3D models? Any external app? I don't do any of that, but I assume Blender would be the most people's choice for that. I suppose I could just create a variable to store it in. What is this? This is just like... not placement building object. It's going to be either placement building object or area, which has already been placed. So what do I call that? What do I call that? Maybe just fucking building? I don't know. And so we'll need to set that. Select, is area resize mode. And so this is like, if this is true, if it is area resize mode, I need to get that. Shit, how do I save that? Okay, I guess maybe is area resize mode. It needs to be a pointer. You know what? I wonder if I could like kind of hack this and just set the, let me try this. This is going to be hacky and probably pretty bad in terms of the naming of things. But we're going to destroy placement object and then set placement building object equal to this guy. Local building object, yeah. In this case, which don't do this at home, kids, because that is very it's working. And it's gone. Okay, the dragging worked, though. The dragging worked. Dragging. Dragging these nuts. Okay. So that worked, although it did not stick around after the second click. Okay, let me do this. Okay. Click, we're gonna drag. And then let me step through this here. Okay, so we did get here. This is true. We finish area resize mode, which all that fucking does is set it to false now. And then we start placement build object again. But what happened to... Oh, I should probably set the old placement object. Well... What is placement build object? It's still the area here. So let me just step through here. Is placement build object still that area? Yeah, it is. So we do start, which sets area resize mode to false. After that is already false. So we just don't even need that at all. We don't need that function at all anymore. Building object handle. Should still be the area. Destroy placement building object. Okay, so we need to set that to false before we get in here, basically. Yeah, okay. I understand now. I understand. So friendship ended with finish area resize mode. Yeah, just, okay, can't delete functions at runtime. Perfect. Love that for me. You're a dead. I don't know why that tab is still open. And it took me away from the tab that I needed to be in. So where the hell was that tab at? This one. Yeah, so we go here, we go in. So we need to set placement building object to null pointer. so that it doesn't delete it, which is what's happening right now. Okay, run it back. Oh my goodness. Okay, what's the deal here? Oh, these are all like, oh yeah, I don't care about these ones. Go away. You all can be error. I don't care. For those of you that may be just joining in, I'm working on an RPG Colony Sim Roguelite game with procedural terrain. That's what we just saw get generated here. The terrain will be destructible, and there will be some AI generated quests as well. So I'm thinking something like World of Warcraft minus the MMO, like vanilla WoW. You know, I'm a man of culture. Okay, none of that retail bullshit. Like picture vanilla WoW combat and RPG elements. You know, classes, talents, abilities. Not an MMO. I'm not gonna fucking sit here and play with myself about that. But that plus Colony Sim, something like RimWorld, vanilla WoW Pog. Hell yeah, a fellow man of culture. Welcome in. And you know, a roguelite, something like Hades. And I'm gonna experiment with a long form roguelite. Usually roguelite games have pretty short runs. You know, maybe 30 minutes to an hour. And I think mine are gonna be a lot longer, so it's going to be kind of more hardcore, right? So Zahib, if you ever played like hardcore WoW, like hardcore vanilla WoW, you'll know what I'm going for. That's the kind of vibe. Maybe not quite that long because that is pretty intense, but it was playing hardcore vanilla WoW that I'm like, wow, this actually brings a lot to the game. Like it makes you play the game so much differently. And it's not going to be quite hardcore where you just lose your character and then like just literally start from zero. But there is going to be some form of meta progression. You know, your colony will still stick around if you've set it up well and it doesn't get attacked while you're dead. You know what I mean? But so it'll be a little bit more forgiving than that, but still has that hardcore high stakes element of like, if I die, I start over, and I don't want to die because I've spent hours, you know, on this run. And you know, maybe I'm also thinking like, I think there's going to be some times where you want some tactical deaths, you know. Because I'm thinking that, like, you know, as you go through the world and you level up, you'll start to get some form of currency that you get to spend once you've died. And then that can, like, kind of, that'll, like, that's the meta progression, right? You can make your guy stronger, you know, passively, or maybe set up your next run for things and that kind of stuff. So maybe there's some times where it's like, yeah, this build isn't really coming together. You know, it's not working out very well. I just got some bad RNG, or I picked wrong. I don't like the abilities that I got. So I'm just going to go, I'm going to go try to kill like a boss or something that I know I can't really fight, but I'm just going to get some more information from it so that I can use this death tactfully, right? And then start over and get a better build. That kind of thing, right? I'm hoping I can facilitate that. That's cool though, even if I'm not necessarily a hardcore lover. Yeah, so I hope it's like forgiving enough. Yay, it works now. I'm playing the sound at the wrong time though. Oh my god, but the overlaps still don't fucking work. What is... man, the dynamic mesh component just does not seem... It does not seem like it works properly. Because, like, I'm getting overlaps while I'm placing it. Like, I can see... But it's, like, so inconsistent. Do you guys see this shit right here? It's so inconsistent. And I'm not changing it from... So I'm just going to do this. So there should be an overlap. 1 and 2. I'm going to click. Does it still have those overlaps? No, it doesn't. Like, as soon as I fucking place it, it doesn't. What the hell? Can we just be a ghost and inhabit one of our villagers, like Soul Mask or some shit? Soul Mask is an interesting game. I do intend to give that a shot, because that does some of the things that I have been intending to do. But I'm going to say no. I'm going to say no. If quests have boss fights, then it's more likely to die after a big investment. Okay. My issue with hardcore modes, I feel, is that it can end a person's entire engagement with the game if they don't have a friend group community to keep them engaged. A hardcore mode to me would be some way for the people who die in hardcore to still be a part of the world, but passively no longer be a part of the core game loop. Well, for me, it's like, this is your world, right? When you die, you will just start over at level 1. And like, if you've built up a colony, like that colony is still going to be there. So you'll likely just respawn at your colony. And you may maybe you had like some like crafting colonists that can like, you know, maybe you just you found a really good blacksmith colonist or something who can make you good gear. And so your next run, you just have better gear now. And you just start with better gear. So it's a little bit faster for that reason. And then every time you play, it's going to be different. Same world, but different build, right? Here's my shitty talent tree. So you can pick different talents. Every few levels, you will get a choice between 3 different abilities, I'm thinking. And then you'll just have to pick one at random, right? And so I think that'll keep it fresh, and that'll keep players wanting to engage more, because they're like, oh, I want to try more builds out. I want to try something different this time. I want to go to a different area. You know, my colony is still there, you know, going on without me. I want to get back into that and progress my colony as well. So there's some meta progression in just the colony side of progression, as well as, you know, the roguelite meta progression of like, you're just passively getting stronger each run. So I think that is, that's why roguelites are so engaging, right? That's why they're so popular now, because it does have a really good engagement and longevity and replayability. Yeah. It's almost done. Wow. No, it is not. No, it is not. Good day. This looks amazing. Thank you. I appreciate that. Hasty Wasty, welcome in. Good day to you. Hope you had a good 4th. Having things you built still be part of the world is definitely a cool engagement mechanic. Yeah, and so I'm kind of thinking like, I will like kind of do a little bit of a time skip somehow in between when you die and when you respawn. So like, you know, your colonists maybe you have more resources when you get back because your colonists have been gathering or something. Or maybe if you didn't set up your colony's defenses very well, they got raided and some of them died. You know, I think that would be kind of fun, but we'll see. I'm very far away. Very far away from those types of decisions. Which kind of enemy are you considering to include? I don't really have any specific thoughts about that right now. I mean, just all sorts of stuff. But right now, this area does not get overlaps properly, and it's annoying the absolute hell out of me. Let me try. I'm gonna try my little hack that I thought of, because like I found out that like to get overlaps, you actually have to like start the or like you have to like, if it's already there, it doesn't get overlaps or something. So I'm gonna try to do something like f vector og location equals dynamic mesh component get world location get component location. Yeah, there we go. Get component location. And then I'm going to do, yeah, set world location. Let's just like OG location like +1. Update overlaps maybe then, and then is there an update collision function? What does that do? Oh, rebuild physics data. Do I need to do that? Oh, I didn't know about this function. I'll look into that in a second. That's our next attempt. Dynamic mesh component, and then set world location back to the OG location, and then maybe that will trigger overlap. Oh, and I think I need to like sweep true. Yeah, sweep true to actually trigger the overlaps. So we're just moving it slightly to see if we can get that to trigger overlaps. Last time I watched it was just a mountain. I mean, the terrain gen hasn't changed at all. You probably just saw a different seed. I haven't worked on the terrain gen in a while. If the actor is inside the collider when it is created, it doesn't trigger an overlap. Yeah, odd. It doesn't. The dynamic mesh component, it almost seems like it doesn't work properly, from what I found. Like I couldn't even get it to give me overlaps at all until I clicked some certain settings on it. that I probably shouldn't have had to. Like I have to have async cooking turned on in order to get any overlap at all. Even though I have like, what do I have on here? Complex as collision, like, so now like the world I'm in now is when I'm placing it, when I'm dragging the box and placing this area, I do get overlaps, but it is inconsistent. But after I've placed it, overlaps no longer happen. And if I don't have async cooking on, I can't get any of that to happen. Can't get any of that to happen. And the thing is, like, when I change the collision to blocking, I do like run into it. I can run into it. But of course the blocking one doesn't trigger overlaps at all. So it's kind of, it seems like it just doesn't work correctly, you know? And yeah, I'm running the check collision overlap code there. Like I'm running this function when I hit inspect, and even though I'm inside of it, like it doesn't, it's still not doing it. Still getting zeros. So yeah, it almost seems like it just doesn't work properly. But you see here, now I'm getting some overlaps. This is happening kind of consistent. Well, I got some zeros there. See, there were a couple frames where I got zeros. But I'm wondering if that's just because of how I'm generating the dynamic mesh. So place, I have placed it. Inspect, 0. 0. So super, super weird. Not sure if it had that kind of impact though. Could result in balance issues. Yeah, a lot of tweaking and tinkering will need to happen for sure. Are you gonna add unarmed builds in this game? I hope so. That would be cool for sure. You know, drunken brawler or monk type build. Hell yeah, love that stuff. But solving the what's after the end game is difficult for any game. Wormjuice, I don't know that games need to solve that. Like, you don't need an evergreen game, right? The game can end. The game can end, and that's okay. And I'll give you, you should play RimWorld. Play it on commitment mode. That's like the no save scum mode, basically. And the reason I say that is because the place I've gotten to, I've never beaten RimWorld, actually. In RimWorld, like, the goal is to get off the rim world that you've crash landed on, because it's like a hostile and dangerous place. And then you, like, one of the main victory things is like you build a spaceship and getting off, you know, getting off the planet. But I don't even play the game to win anymore. I just play for the journey, you know. So that's why I don't think, you know, especially the sandbox era game is, I don't think you necessarily need to have an end game at all, you know. It can just be a sandbox and people can have fun. Like, look at Minecraft was fun before they had the Ender Dragon, for instance. Not saying it needs to be solved, I'm just saying to do so is difficult. Okay, I see. Yeah, I do think it is difficult if you try to solve that for sure. Usually some form of PvP is like what I've seen the best way to solve it, because that is kind of evergreen content. I did make ribs yesterday, yes. More so on what happens after death in the game. Yeah, I haven't, like I said, I haven't done any of the roguelite stuff yet, so all of it is still up in the air. All of it is still up in the air. You know, let's turn this into a dynamic mesh itself. Okay. Still no overlaps. Still no overlaps. Why was that so off? Yeah, I mean, the overlaps is so dumb. Okay, but let's look at that update collision function. Update collision, then update overlaps. Maybe that helps. I don't know. Oh. My doggies are cute. Still 0. Still 0. What is this? Where did this get called from? On building it. Generate unique nickname, which is area 6. Oh, there's a null building in here. Huh. So something didn't get added in there or removed from there properly. Why would that have been? Remove building from colony. Where do you usually get called from? Just on begin destroy. So yeah, why didn't that happen? I love that all the prototype sounds and graphics are Warcraft 3 and WoW assets. Yeah. I'm borrowing them. I'm borrowing them. I guess I also specifically call it in here. I don't know. That may have been like a live coding or something issue. But I'm gonna rebuild and I'm gonna take a quick break and I'll be right back. So BRB. Okay, we're back. Thank you for your patience. Okay, let's go. Yeah, let's just run it back. Okay, yeah, skip that. Okay. Can we stop generating, I wonder? Like, still a lot of stuff's happening now. Okay, are we done? Are we fully done? I guess navigation. Yeah, navigation is still going. Yeah. Resources, data table, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, still zero. Still zero. Yeah, I don't know how to solve this issue. False? Do false there. Daddy Tig Real. I just subscribed you. Well, thank you for the sub. I appreciate that. Welcome in. What are pending overlaps here? Yeah, it's not working. Still nothing. Yeah, this is such a frustrating thing because I feel like it's broken. I feel like it's bugged. But I guarantee you there is a way to get it to work. Should I move component? Michael Toby, hello. Welcome in. What other like overlap functions? This is on scene component, so maybe I should check. Maybe I should check primitive components for anything. Skip update overlaps. Skip update overlaps. Move it down, move it back up into the objects. I mean, I had just tried that. I had just tried moving it. Right, like that. I just subbed to your channel. Thank you. What's the fastest way to learn all this? The answer to that is different for everyone, so... I just learned by doing. So I just dove in and started figuring it out as I go. I just mostly just Google searches for that. Google searches and YouTube videos. You know, I picked a project that I was passionate about, which is this one. Still doesn't work. Still hasn't worked. But I picked a project I was passionate about and broke it down into really small steps. Really small, you know, easy to accomplish steps. And searched for how to get those done in Unreal Engine. I was reading Crafting Interpreters. Is that a good book? I don't know what book that is, my dude. How would I know that? I'm sorry. I don't know what book that is. Is there a better way to... Let me do one of these things. Let me do one of these. Overlapped. It gets the overlap. But that's not necessarily on the... Yeah, that's not necessarily on the dynamic mesh component. We specifically need it on the dynamic mesh component. Finish area placement. I don't even call that anymore. I don't even call that anymore. If I do like begin play, dynamic mesh components. On overlap. Print string from here. File save. And that like deletes the dynamic mesh for some reason, which I also don't understand. It overlapped itself. What? Oh, I'm logging the wrong name. That makes sense. Yeah, why is the dynamic mesh so ephemeral? Why is it getting deleted? I mean, it's only when I do. Yeah, it gets the overlap, but then why can't I get overlapping actors or something? Like, does that function just not work for dynamic mesh components? This one says it spams overlap events. It's just basic information. I need it specific to dynamic mesh component. Get overlapping, like, that's just a building. The unofficial geometry script and dynamic mesh component back. Overlap. Collision. Okay. Yeah, no help there. That's... I don't think this has anything to do with collision. Basically, a Facebook post. God, this is where I'm at. This is not. This has nothing to do. Is it? It says. It said nothing to do with dynamic mesh component. Get overlapping actors returns nothing. Wait, it has to have dynamic? Is that true? That it has to be world dynamic for it to be overlapping? If that's the case, but I'm getting overlaps on it half the time. But like, why would that? That shouldn't matter, right? Yeah, still no overlap. I'm literally in it. I get the overlap on my fucking guy. But get overlapping actors does not work. Or get overlapping components. No help there? What? That didn't even like... Generate overlap events is true. I already have that to true. And overlapping afters returns empty array. Yeah, it should. That's all set. That is all set. It is overlap all. Generate overlap events is true. Query only though. Maybe I'll turn it on to query and physics just in case that matters. I don't know if that matters or not. No, it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. I have used continuous collision detection turned on as well. Do multi-body overlap maybe? Turn that on too. Still returning zero. Still returning zero. Man. Is there... What other way is there to get the overlapping things? What other way is there? Get generate overlap events. No, will generate overlap events when it is overlapping over the component enables. I mean, I don't know what is. That just gets the value of what it's set to. Get overlap infos. I mean, okay. Auto overlap infos. I will log that as well. See if we get anything different. What other functions do I have? Get overlaps with actor. Pins a list of overlaps with components owned by the given actor. In the out overlaps array. Returns true. Can't imagine that does anything different. Can't imagine that does anything different than what we're already doing. Check overlaps? Wait. Oh, that's my own function. Yahor. Hello. Yeah, but it's so weird because I do get overlap events on it. But I can't get all of the overlaps. Even if I'm moving it. I am literally moving it. I am moving it with a sweep. Let's maybe not update overlaps. Maybe that's resetting the array or something. I don't know. We'll try it without that. Still nothing. Let's try a new one. And it's so weird because it's like I have overlaps that frame, but then as soon as I try to get it again, I don't have it anymore. It's so weird that when the mesh gets built, I have the overlaps. What was the update? I don't know. Maybe the dynamic mesh component. What like collision related things? What collision related things can I do on here? Update collision. I've already tried that. Seems like finalizing the mesh clears overlaps for some reason. I mean, the problem is that I don't do anything. Like I literally just stop moving the mesh around. That's seems to be the issue. It's like it only has overlaps for like one frame, which happens to be like whenever each mesh gets built, like when I'm dragging it around, set the mesh, set collision on it, check overlaps. This one this returns overlaps. But for some reason, whenever I interact with it, checking overlaps, it doesn't return it. There. And even if I do this part, like I still don't think I mean, I'll try just to see. Yeah, it still returns 0. I'm doing the exact same fucking thing. And it's so weird. I get the overlap events. The events are there. It just does not maintain a list of overlapped actors. Yeah, what other collision related functions do I have? I just fuck up my audio. No, I think we're good. Okay. Yeah, I mean, it's 100% something to do with the dynamic mesh component. It's almost like it doesn't work properly. I mean, nothing physics related should matter, right? Update physics volume. Overridden to use the overlaps to find the physics volume. Okay. It is C++. I agree that it does not look like normal C++ though, because it's Unreal Engine C++. Set physics volume. Yeah, I guess we'll trigger notifies. I don't know. Like, why not? Why not? I guess. Update physics volume. And I'll try to update overlaps after that, just in case that works. Okay, we finished. Okay. Oh, now it's 0. Now it's 0. It doesn't work at all anymore, actually. It's possible to use blueprints in C++ simultaneously. As far as I know, in UE only one is possible. That is 100% not true. Where did you see that? Like everything, like blueprints are made from C++. Like blueprints could not exist without C++. That's what the engine is written in. So you can 100% use both of them. Okay, now we're getting some overlaps, but it's like inconsistent. Yeah, we're still not getting the fucking overlaps. And if I turn async cooking off, I never get them. So like, I don't know. So if I update physics volume, I'm wondering like async stuff happens or something. I don't know. I don't know. We'll update collision there too. I wonder if the underlying mesh, get dynamic mesh, overlap, nothing for overlap, collision, nothing. Yeah, that all exists on the component. Weird, it works some frames. Yeah, it's super inconsistent, super weird and inconsistent. It works most frames actually. Like that one is 0. And that might just have to do with the order of how, because it happens like there's async processing to it, so. Oh, oops. Okay, now this one has like no collision on it. I can't even interact with it. Zero. Okay, let's end play. Now let's not do any of this on a background thread, just to make sure that that is not causing any issues. Just to make sure that's not causing any issues. Let's also well, that's gonna fail. Return, we'll have to change that to return timestamp real quick. Okay. I just do backend and scraping in Python, but game dev is also interesting. I'm not aware of the job market. Okay, that's fair. What made you think that you could only use one in Unreal Engine? I feel like someone else has come in here and said that. And if there's some resource online that's saying you can only use blueprints or C++, you probably shouldn't be listening to that resource, because that is very, very wrong. And like easily wrong. Like that's so easily provable to not... to not say. Okay. Of course, I had all this great progress over the past 2 streams, and then I get to just getting overlaps. And that for some reason is an issue. And like these should all have like generate overlaps on, right? Yeah, that's... I wonder if it's like the way that I'm building it, because I'm building it with a bunch of different boxes. Usually how it works, get caught up on something dumb. Yeah. This one though, I feel like is very much not something that I'm doing. I think there's an issue with the dynamic mesh component. I'm gonna change how I build the mesh. Put that there. Scale, move you up. Relative location, I guess, empty. Voxel mesh. Geometry, script, library, Boolean. Yeah, that's apply mesh Boolean to dynamic mesh. F transform. And I'll need the relative location to instead be on the voxel mesh. We're going to just be doing a mesh booleans on the voxel mesh. And then I need these two guys. Well, this one is just a union. And then I need what struct? Boolean options, of course. Okay. So now, instead of a bunch of little boxes, we're just gonna be doing that. And maybe that just builds a better... I think I'm doing that right. We'll see. Should not be empty for the mesh where you want to place those boxes. Otherwise, it will try to blend the background and box item together, at least in OpenGL. I don't think what you're saying has anything to do with the problem we're talking about. OpenGL is a rendering issue. What we're talking about is collision issues here. Or OpenGL is a rendering library, not for collision. And we're worried about collisions right now. Still 0. Do you use Perlin noise to randomize the landscape? I mean, basically, you can think of it the same thing. Gradient noise or simplex noise is basically the slightly better version of Perlin noise. Perlin noise has some artifacting with diagonal noise, but like a gradient noise or a simplex noise it effectively looks the same. So, but yeah, I use noise. Is the chunk generated in a single thread? They're generated in compute shaders. So the GPU has many threads, but in Unreal Engine there is only one render thread, and so I can only like send data to the GPU on a single thread. So I'm actually thinking of like going back to writing the algorithms on the CPU in C++ rather than HLSL, because I'll have 8 threads, and we'll see if that actually generates them faster than running compute shaders. Okay, so yeah, that didn't work either. Oh, I'm so annoyed. Okay, maybe let's go back to what we know sort of works. I know I need update overlaps in there, because if I don't do that, I'd never get anything. So I know that that's probably part of it. I don't know. Let me look for usages of this, because I don't know what we're supposed to pass into this. We just totally changed the physics setup. That's funny. Totally. Do notifies. None of them call it with any ending overlaps view. Ending overlaps. Yeah, what is this? T inline overlap info array. As end overlaps. Convert swept overlaps to current overlaps. That's interesting. Hang on. Hang on. What's the param? Oh boy. Okay, there's a lot. Put that pin you over there. I need to look at you. So I need a T inline overlaps at end location. I need a pending overlaps array as well. And what else do I need? Swept overlaps index. Get component location. Get component quat. Okay. Okay. Okay, we'll see if we can shoehorn in these overlaps. Maybe we don't need update overlaps now. Set it back to the original location. So I guess there's like an array of like swept overlaps or something, and then we can take those and put them in current overlaps, which I guess is two different things. God damn, what is this function? Holy shit, this is a big function. Move, so move component. Maybe I should use that function. What were you saying to me? Where the hell did that go? Unable to resolve external symbol. What? Primitive component CVARs. What? I'm gonna assume it's because of these fucking guys. Overlap info. Can I include that? Where? Show me your imports. Overlap info? What module are you in? You're in the engine module. Okay, so why are you mad at me? Why are you mad at me? Unresolved externals. Why are these CVARs? I don't want these. I don't use those. Maybe I'll have to use that move component function, which seemed to do the overlap stuff. Move component. So we need like a new location, right? Delta, we'll just do 1F. Wait, it was a delta of F vector. So yeah, we'll just do F vector of 1. New rotation, just whatever the current rotation is fine. Yeah, I still didn't. Okay, so I don't think it likes that I'm doing the pending overlaps and shit. Move component B sweep. We want that to be true for sure. For surezies. Hit results. Okay, F. Hit results. Movement component flags. No flag. I guess no flags is default option. If hit result needs to be a pointer. That's why you're mad. Move component, no flags. Yeah, that's fine, I guess. Teleport, none. Okay, let's take a look. It calls this. Wait a second. Where was the, oh, God, my throat. The move component impl is what happens. We sweep if world and delta greater than, okay. Component sweep multi. We had a blocking hit, or we generate overlaps, or B force gather overlaps. I mean, we should. Get generate overlap events should be true. So for all the hits, go through them, it looks like. Should ignore hit results. It's probably just based on collision settings. If it's a blocking hit, otherwise if get overlap events, yes. Where was the part that it transferred? The swept overlaps to current overlaps. Here it is. If moved, if we're deferring movement updates, which I don't think we are, if B includes overlaps at end. I don't know if that's true. We'll see. We'll see. Yeah, I guess I'll just try that. I guess we'll just try that. Convert swept overlaps to current overlaps. Yeah, it's a public function, but like, I don't know. I didn't like me using these. It seemed. Okay. We successfully compiled. Nothing. Yay. What is going on? Okay. Nothing. Okay. I guess let's see if we even get here. We do. Let's look at what our like hits are here. Do we even get hits? Add unique overlap, pending overlaps. Out hit is no, I mean, that's fine. Blocking hit. There's nothing is hit on it. Nothing is hit on it. So we don't get any pending overlaps. We don't get any hits at all, actually. Like why? Why? I suppose I can just like debug through this function and try and figure out why we're not getting any blocking hits. Bonus geometry testing its world, blah, blah, blah. Runs in the building mechanics from Rust or Fortnite when you have blueprint and build. Yeah, that's what I'm going for. But it's mostly for the colony sim side of things, so you can send your colonists to go construct the buildings, because it'll take more time. And then they'll have like a construction skill that'll like speed it up, you know? And you may like fail construction and like lose some resources, so the better their skill, the less likely they will fail. Let's just make sure I actually do the sweep. Wait, did I call it twice? Wait, what? Did I call it twice? Of course, I can't see B sweep. I mean, I'm passing in true, so that has to be true. We're in pineapples. Welcome in. I guess maybe let's confirm if we had a blocking hit or generate overlaps. Let's see if we even get here. We do. Wait, hang on. We had a blocking hit then, or generate overlaps. So maybe, or force gather overlaps. Okay. Hits. Of course, I can't see the fucking piece of information that I need. We don't get any. We just don't get any hits. We somehow had blocking hits or something. Initial rotation caught params. Ugh, this is so frustrating. So the dynamic mesh just does not get any like hits here, I guess. Oh my god, someone just shot off so many fucking fireworks outside. My dogs, hang on. Sorry, my dog was not happy about the firework that just shot off outside. Okay. Component suite multi. Hi, bro. You a game dev? By hobby, yes. Here's my game. There it is. How many times does this get hit in a frame? Yeah, it's not working. It's not working. What else can I try? What else can I try here? I mean, I'm gonna try and turn off async cooking, even though I know that that meant that I never got any collisions at all. Just to verify if that's an issue or not. Hopefully getting a new setup. That's exciting. Good luck. Thank you. What is the main job? Are you asking like what I'm trying to accomplish right now? I'm trying to have a player built area that you can like define in the world. And it's a little bit more complicated than just doing like a 3D volume because I have overhangs and I have caves and stuff. So I had to write this like voxel algorithm. And it looks like this. And that way it follows the terrain and stuff. Like that. And I've got a really glitchy shader on it. But yeah, I need to get the overlapping stuff because that's the whole point of it. But for some reason, I'm logging the information here. And I can't use the get overlapping actors functions, it seems. Like those don't work. But I see the overlap event happens. Like, so it does have collision and overlaps and stuff turned on, but for some reason I just can't get all of the overlapped things. I was even moving it a little bit, and I still couldn't get the overlaps. So there's something wrong with the dynamic mesh that I'm building. The dynamic mesh is like one that you can just like edit at runtime essentially. And so it works in its own like special ways. And I guess I'm figuring out that it's either bugged or there are some limitations on it. So you need to find mesh collision points X, Y, Z. I just need a list of things that this is overlapping. So that if the player wants to say something like, hey, colonists, come chop trees in this area, I need those trees, right? So I know which ones to send the colonists to. And yeah, so when I turn async cooking off, it never works. It never works. Let me try turning deferred collision updates on. I feel like that's not gonna... I'll turn deferred collision updates on. As if that would actually do anything. Yeah, still no overlaps. But I have the events. The events happen, but I can never get a list. Are these icons not from WoW? They are borrowed from WoW, okay? They're borrowed. Sounds like it won't merge or blend over. Like Photoshop does a multiply effect overlay. Not sure what you mean. This doesn't have anything to do with rendering. This is a collision issue. What's Godot and what's the building? Godot is a game engine. It's a different game engine. This is Unreal Engine. Someone else just mentioned Godot. And what's the building? I am building an RPG Colony Sim Roguelite with procedural terrain. So here's just one section of the world. So yeah, the only way I can actually get overlaps at all is if I use async cooking, and I'll turn deferred collision updates on, but I'm pretty sure that doesn't work from some of my other stuff. Yeah, still getting no overlaps. I get the events though. I get overlap events. Yeah. I still get the overlap events. Okay, but if I turn defer collision updates off, use async cooking. These are the settings where I actually get some overlaps, but only when I'm building the thing. As soon as it's built, I cannot get those again. You are building a new game, sir? I am. I am attempting to. Nifride, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Appreciate that. So the hitbox is correct. I can't get a list of overlaps. which is what these functions are supposed to do. Now let me turn that one off. We don't need to be doing that anymore. Because it didn't work. Hobby game dev and for earning money, just for fun. How's it going? It could be going better. I mean, it's not bad. Any day where I get to do game dev is a good day. But yeah, the dynamic mesh does not want to give me the actors that it's overlapping. I could maintain that list myself, but that just seems very prone to error, and I would rather use the built-in overlaps. Let me turn the fucking decal off for a second here. Okay. Maybe I just need more coffee. Okay. Yeah. So overlaps not there. Look at the internals of this. Yeah, so it is all like one mesh. For the most part. Well, no, it's all one mesh. Ish. It's got some weird... Oh, no, that's correct. That's correct. Well, no, it's got some internal triangles, but it should still get overlap. I mean, I get the overlaps, but they just go away. They just go away. I mean, yeah, I could just, like, maintain this myself, which is, I mean, I guess maybe what I have to do to move forward on this, but that just seems so weird that I have to do that. Coffee can't hurt, yeah. Coffee cannot hurt. Okay. It says overlap end on tree, but then it like overlap begin on it also. The dice. Oh, but it's wait a second. It says overlap end right there. Clear chat, clear the logs. Okay, it literally does overlap end. And is that because I call update overlaps? If I don't call that, does that still happen? The dice meme. Ugh. Now, there was a guy that came in and asked me, he said, I'm reading this book. Do you know if it's a good book? I'm like, no, I don't know. Whatever random book you're reading. Not sure why you would think I would happen to know that. Okay, see, now I'm not getting any overlaps. I didn't get any during that. I did get overlaps when the character moves into it, but never on the tree trunks or anything. Turn it into a dynamic mesh. God, my animations are just like broken right now. Yeah, it did not do that as an overlap either. So update overlaps is the only way for overlaps to work, but then calling it also makes the overlaps end once it is placed. Okay, here's what I'm gonna do. Let's just run it like on tick. Yeah, the animations suck. I know. Let's just run it on tick. Just to see when does it actually... It's probably going to be very laggy. Is there one somewhere? Okay, I may need to restart. I like the animation, it's funny. What, is there an area somewhere? Go away. Can I delete you? Okay. Clear the logs. Okay. I clicked. Oh my god, this happened again. Oh, because I like destroyed it. Okay, rebuild. We'll just fucking fix that. We'll just fucking fix that. I'm gonna get some more coffee. Probably take my dogs out too. BRB. Okay, we're back and we have more coffee. And therefore we have what it takes to solve this problem. I'm going to manifest that. I would like you all to manifest that as well. Please. Please. Please help me. I forgot what I just changed though. What did I just change? Oh no, it like crashed. So I didn't change anything. The problem's already solved. I'm just lagging. Shit. Shit. RL lag? Here's my nice little iced mocha latte. I'm manifesting so hard right now. Thank you, Zahib. I appreciate that. The coffee gods will bless you. And on this day, Goku, I'm lending you my power. Thanks, guys. You know, I asked and you guys delivered. I appreciate that. All right, where are we at here? I need overlaps. It's like I only get one frame of overlaps, is what it seems. Is what I'm seeing in this tick function here. And let's actually because I don't want to like log it too much, you know? Really just like if it changed is what I want to do. But like that's also I'm doing it there, you know. So the thing is, like, even if I redo both of these where I like set collision on the mesh, which I don't even know if I need actually. Check overlaps. It's like, yeah, I only get one frame of overlaps and then it goes back to 0 city. What's he doing? I am doing game dev. Let me put a log here so I know when this happens and I can pick it out. This is going to be not that. I don't know why that happened. On mesh built. Check overlaps. Let's just throw that in here. I'm working on an RPG Colony Sim Roguelite game with procedural terrain. Welcome in, everyone. So going for something like, if you imagine like vanilla WoW plus RimWorld plus Hades. If you can imagine such a thing. What area? I thought I deleted all the areas. What area is still sticking around here? Okay. Okay, let me scroll back up and find that so we can see kind of the life cycle of these overlaps that don't seem to happen. So yeah, I mean, the problem is I only get it for one frame and there's no way for me to get them after that, it seems. Which is weird because like for my building system I use the get overlapping components all the time, and that works like deterministically, and I don't like have to move them or anything. I can just get the overlaps and they're maintained. So let me find. Is there an update overlaps in the dynamic mesh component? There is geometry collection. Oh no, that's not a function though. So yeah, it is just the one. We're calling the one in primitive component. B, yeah, maybe I should do B do notifies. I don't know. We need to dig into this function and see what that actually does. So we should be generate overlap events. That should be true. If my actor, it's the owner. Yeah, that should be true as well, of course. Get component transform, ignore children. If we are the root component, we ignore children components. Those children components update their overlaps when we descend into the child tree. Denzel, Shadow Arc, hello to you both. Welcome in. New pending overlaps. Begin component overlap only triggers overlaps or generate overlap events is true on both components. Robert Moore, hello. Welcome in, everyone. How do I pass this? How do I pass this in without getting an error? Because like last time I tried to do that, I got an error. Because I couldn't the linker couldn't link or something. If pending kill, which is not our case. Bro, why are you so underrated? Why are you glazing me right now? That's the real question. Component overlap multi. I don't think we get anything here. Do we even reach that? This is probably happening all the time. I guess not. I'm paused. Yeah, so this is happening like every frame. Overlaps? Possibly you. It's empty. Okay. And this is the dynamic mesh component. So component overlap multi returns nothing. Collision object type params. What are params here? I just looked online about collision issues in Unreal. It was written that complex collision mode might be needed for the work. I do not know if you. I'm using complex, but I don't think I already searched, so you don't need to search for me. The issue I'm experiencing is specific to the dynamic mesh component, which is kind of a special version that not a whole lot of people are using because it's very new. So you're probably not going to be able to find anything that I haven't already found and looked at. This seems to be an issue, like some sort of bug or limitation of the dynamic mesh component specifically. Let's check this out. Body instance. Yeah, what is my body instance here? There's apparently one box element on here. Trimesh geometry is... Yeah, it's got like a bounding, it's got like indices and shit. Okay, no, it doesn't. Those are just a bunch of zeros. Bro, are you making AAA RPG game? No, not AAA. Probably whatever's under single A, like minus A, something like that. Making a solo game, so very not AAA. Yeah, so I wonder, is the geometry just not set up correctly? And if I do like update physics volume, is that gonna like make that any better? Gonna make that any different? I don't think so, because I've tried that before. Nothing happened. So we just do overlap multi here. Doesn't really give me a whole lot. We don't like the overlaps. Yeah, we just forward them. So whatever this returns is what we are querying. You see where these overlaps get populated. I'm not getting no physics data, am I? No. So we have physics data. Execute read physics command. If the actor has valid physics, which it should, for each shape. Which it had one fucking box shape on it. I wonder if, first of all, let's do like update physics or something on here. Update physics volume. Well, yeah, just do update. We'll do fucking all of them. Update collision. Does that do a? It rebuilds. It rebuilds physics. That seems good. Where was that body instance function? Yeah, we want to go in here. What's my shape ref? Give me the shape ref. Is it that one fucking box? Shape. Numverts is 98, so that feels like... Okay, I'm wondering if the collision that I set up on it is incorrect. This. So let's take a look at these options. The game looks like cool AAA game. I don't know what kind of AAA games you're playing. Well, I guess maybe AAA games today suck, so that actually kind of makes sense now that I think about it. I know it's prototype, but after you finish, I know it looks very cool. Well, I appreciate your optimism. Very kind of you. Min volume, yeah, maybe I should like change some of these settings. I have no idea. I have no idea what these mean. Min, is there, can I like set dynamic mesh collision a mesh? No docks. Wonderful. No docks. I take it there's nothing on the internet either. Nothing. Okay. So we're just gonna have to figure it out. Auto detects spheres. So it should have boxes. I don't know. I guess I'll just have to look at the fucking source code once again. Here I go looking at the source code again. Compute collision from mesh. Shape generator. Collision method orient. What did what was the default? Min volume shapes. I mean, it's made from boxes, so remove fully contained shapes. Maybe don't remove that. Auto detect boxes, and I feel like an oriented box method is probably more suitable for what we have. Don't be afraid. Well, I'm not afraid. The game seems very good to me. Seems that it will definitely become famous if it's completed all the best. I appreciate your kind words. There's a lot that goes into it though, so it's not we're not even fucking close, to be honest with you. Not even fucking close. Simplify hulls, min thickness, make it fucking 10. Why is there always an area just lingering around? Get rid of that. Yeah, the overlaps still like disappear within like a frame. Try convex hulls mode. Oh, now they're not getting any. That got none. That was a step backwards. Min volume shapes was like our default option. That does get collisions, okay. Okay. And if we did aligned boxes, does that yeah, we get results there. Just like literally just guessing and checking here. That one. Yeah, we still get overlaps, but the second we check them, the overlap ends. Maybe don't auto detect boxes, I don't know. Yep, still nothing. Still nothing. And if we don't update overlaps, then I never get them in the first place. Maybe let's not update collision. I don't know. I don't know how much that affects it. I don't know. I just don't know. Why are you ripping off WoW? Because I'm fucking shameless. I'm not ripping off WoW. I'm just using some of the assets as placeholders for now, while I work on other stuff. This game is very different from WoW. It's a very different. Can you chop trees in WoW? Can you do dynamic tree chopping in WoW? I don't think so. I don't fucking think so. Okay. Apparently I can't chop trees in this game either. There we go. Do you only get overlaps when the box is changed or when moving? Like, it's not even that. Like, I only get the overlaps once. I have to call the update overlaps function. I get them once. And then the next time I call this function, I update overlaps, like, clears them. So, you know, I don't know. I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do about that. I mean, I guess I could just have a flag for like, hey, have I updated overlaps, you know? But then what happens when the, like the destructible terrain happens and I need to like update it or something, you know? Manually cache some of those seems heavy-handed. I agree. I don't want to have to do that. Oh, I'm looking at the scene component version of it. It's different from the primitive component version. I know it will become famous in under 1 to 2 months. You don't even know the concept. You're sitting here gassing me up, glazing me. I'm dripping with your glaze, and you don't even know the concept. Gonna be an RPG Colony Sim Roguelite with procedural, destructible terrain, AI generated quests. That's the high level. Which follow bot, welcome in. Clear component overlaps. Do we ever get there? No. Okay. Good to confirm. Dripping with glaze, yeah. Could be toxicity instead of glaze. I'd like a healthy mix of both. Is that too much to ask for? I guess the why are you ripping off WoW was a little hint of toxicity there. Could have been a meme though. It's different and dynamic. I do agree that it's different and dynamic. I agree with that take. So yeah, why then? Like the thing is, like I did kind of narrow it down. Like I get here, and it never returns overlaps. But I don't know if that's like it happens once and then it never happens again. So actually, let me turn it off on tick. Turn it off on tick. And I wonder, Let's actually try this. We're not even going to do it. It doesn't have it ever. It doesn't have it after it's placed. What? What? Are dynamic mesh in beta or experimental? One or the other. I don't know. They're definitely not like stable, as you can tell. It's almost like it only works on the frame. Let me try this. We're not going to do that. Turn that off. Uncomment the C++ version of that. So you'll have to cook something up. I'm afraid. I'm afraid of that. I don't want to. Might make a forum post about it. Let's see if I can, I'll tag a fucking, what's his name? Ryan Schmidt, I think, is the guy who created this, his name. I still don't fucking get the overlaps. What? It literally only works in the exact frame that it's like created in. What? Does that work? Yeah, I mean that works. It is I can literally only get overlaps in the exact fucking frame that it's created in. And what if I turn this off? Unreal Source Discord have some smart people in there. Yeah, last time I did that, I got a lot of elitism. I got a very snarky response over what I consider something to be kind of stupid, but whatever. I also hate that Discord has become, you know, the hoard of knowledge that it is. Okay, see now I get no overlaps if I don't do that. Why the fuck is that? But if I recreate, if I do this again, what does this function do? This is the simple collision. I see. Okay, let's try to change it to simple collision then. Use simple as complex. Oh my god, it worked. Oh my fucking god, that worked. Mom, we did it. Mom, get the camera. No, the opposite, or no, yeah, no, you said it right. Use simple as complex. Yeah, that was it. But why would that be the case? It was set to generate complex. So like the thing is, like on my terrain chunks, my terrain chunks are dynamic mesh components as well. I don't even use this function. I never specifically set collision on my terrain chunks. Same component. I just use complex collision on them because you want the collision to be the same as the shape as the vertices, right? And I would want the same on here too. Like same concept. I want the collision to be the same as what the mesh is. So just use the same verts. That's what complex collision is. And my terrain chunks work fine. They generate overlap events fine. But for some reason doesn't work here. I didn't get any overlap events. I was getting no overlap events until I added this, which I just found out is simple collision. I didn't know that. And when I did, I got them inconsistently. Do you think about the game cache as well? I don't know what that means. Can you be more specific as to what you mean? So yeah, I still don't think this, because like I had it set to, okay, if I set it to both, same thing, does it work still? Does it work still? Yeah, it works. Can we do query only now as well? Or do we need physics for overlaps? That works too. Yeah, that works too. We probably don't need those on. Multi-body overlap and continuous collision detection now. Those were desperation checks. Yep, it all works fucking perfectly now. Jesus Christ. Like, I have enable complex collision on. Like, what more, like, why wouldn't that use that for overlap checks? And the thing is, it only did it once. It did it once. The inconsistency about it was wrong, was like not good either. See, now it's completely zero, even though I mean, I guess I have it set to simple and complex. Oh, hang on, let me delete this. Destroy that. So set it to use complex collision as simple, which is what I had it on. Enable complex collision. Like, it literally, it doesn't work. It doesn't give me anything. So like, why doesn't, like, and I'm not, this is simple collision, right? I'm not doing that anymore. So why does complex collision not give me overlaps? I swear to God, I get overlaps on, well, I guess I never called the get overlapping components function on the terrain chunk. But like the way my building system works is by checking for overlaps. Like when I'm placing, wait, I fucking clicked foundation. Yeah, there we go. Like this is calling get overlaps, and it returns my dynamic mesh chunks. But I guess I never call get overlapping things on the terrain on the terrain chunk dynamic mesh. I wonder, do I maybe I don't even need to do update overlaps anymore. And honestly, delete those. We don't want those anymore. Yieldy source control comments here as well. What are all these lingering areas doing? I don't like that. And so, okay, so I do need that. That does need to happen. This is use simple collision as complex. So just turn off complex collision, I guess now. Query only. Yeah. Async cooking. I don't even know if we need that now. Like what? Just verify that it still works here. Yeah, I get a whole. Yeah, I don't even need to do the update overlaps at all. Why? What is that hitting? Oh, the like build collision on it is way off. I want to play Shadow Arc. You are big horny for this game. It is not coming out anytime soon. There is not even a game loop, right? There's not. It's not even that fun at the moment. And then I guess all this, like, I don't know, like... I need them to be oriented boxes. I guess I'll auto-detect boxes. Min thickness was defaulted to 1. Simplify hulls, I suppose. Remove fully contained shapes. Everything else, I think, was... Emit transaction. I don't know if I need that to happen. But I do need some, like, performance profiling on this, so... See how fast getting the overlaps is for like a moderate. So we'll start like there. Let's go over here. I know it's super laggy. I know it hurts. Okay, inspect area. I mean, getting the overlaps is quite fast. Bye, bro. Keep it up. I do appreciate your kind words. I memed on you a little bit, but thank you for stopping by. Have a good day. Game thread, wait for task. Why is my rendering thread fucking garbage? Build. Oh, I'm not doing that on the background thread anymore. I forgot. Okay. Okay. So we need to redo that test. Oof. Yeah, it's taken a while to build though. That is a big build. Let me change this because I think this actually slows it down a bit. So do that, and then F transform needs the relative location, and we don't need voxel mesh anymore. Oh, and that needs to change to dynamic mesh. Okay. Imagine having a profiler that shows information. Yeah, I wish I could help you more. I wish I could help you more because it was super annoying when I came across it. But mine was just, yeah, the channels. So did you try a standalone as well, Odd? And yeah, welcome in, Dinnick. How you doing, brother? Terrain is complex and block is simple now? Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Little bit more performance, but not by a whole lot. Okay, we are inspecting. Cool. What was the other one? I'm doing well. I just figured this out. Update area size. Oh yeah, we're not wait, none of this is I mean, I guess yeah, update overlaps takes some time. But that's on setting transform. Interesting. Not on like on mesh built or whatever. Which, where is that? Does that show up in here? I hope it does. On mesh built. Oh boy. So yeah, so that's a non-negligible. That is a non-negligible call there. So we should probably turn the collision off while we're dragging it, so that we don't do all the collision every frame. That was just for testing, so we should turn that off and then enable it once we've built it, and then we can do this here. And async cooking is turned on, question mark? But I forgot what I just changed it to. It is turned on. That means there's some build AABB somewhere in this mess. There's the build area mesh background. So they're taking, yeah, the just append box goes so much faster than the Boolean. It's like twice as fast. But I wonder if that means the overlaps are worse or something. But yeah, I guess the update overlaps on it will need to happen at some point, and I take it that that cannot happen on a background thread. And if this is how long it's going to take, that's an issue. That's an issue. Okay, but let's try our best. Odd, I would just clear your cache folders and files before recloning the engine. Like, you know, your what is it? Like your intermediate whatever folders are nukable. Okay, so what we're gonna do, let's just stop play for now. And I think what we should do is let's just start the dynamic mesh component with no collision. And then whenever it is placed, which we don't call anymore, but we should. We should now. Set collision enabled. Not that one. Do query only. And then we should, let's copy this. And put that on end as well. That way we're only doing it once. Where was that? Finish area play? Yeah, right here. So do that first. And then set collision enabled at the end, I guess. Well, we would want to do that, then that. Okay, so that way we're only doing it at the end. That should always be the case, and if it's not, I want to know about it. Okay. Run it back. But when I hover over game thread, it says depth 0, which describes the problem exactly. It's just at the top level, no depth to explore. Do you have the stat named events turned on by chance? I don't know if toolbar custom region matters or not. Okay, yeah, this is running a lot smoother now. But check overlaps return 0. Oh no, it didn't turn on successfully. Uh-oh. It is set to query only now. But I guess I need to update overlaps at that point, right? But I mean, it's not even getting my trace. And yeah, so now it's like it's not working at all now, actually. So maybe we set it enabled first. And then do it. Right, both makes no difference. I'll make a sacrifice to the gods. May your sacrifice not be in vain. Yeah, now there's no collision on it. So wait, what the heck's happening here? It does check overlaps at the very end. That collision enabled. Do that. On mesh build. I guess we don't need that anymore. Oh, I'm dumb. Yeah. I needed to do that. I'm dumb. So let's actually get the mesh first. And then let's try it in this order. There we go. Now it's working. Okay. What's on the dev menu today? Well, it all started with this area that I'm trying to build and getting overlaps on it, and the dynamic mesh was not playing nicely. But for the most part, that's figured out now. Yeah, the finish area placement frame is now like the worst frame. That's PCG stuff. Ignore. PCG doesn't matter. And then there should be some check overlaps frames. Is that here? No, that's all random rendering things. Is check overlaps in here? So now what we're doing, I'm just trying to like check performance of this stuff. Check overlaps, handle interact. Wow, the UI stuff is actually more expensive than checking the overlaps. So, player controller take 200. Yeah, so that's like the building of it all. So that's our worst frame now. So now it doesn't happen every frame, which is good. But now we need to see if we can do this off the game thread. Which is my next attempt here. My next attempt. And for my next trick. I guess I need the component. Shit. Okay. So now this, let's just call check overlaps. We'll make that do all of it, just to test. Well, actually, geometry script. If I can fucking spell. I forgot what my thing was called. There we go. Okay, so now we're going to launch this on a new thread. And that thread is going to be a background. A background thread. And we're going to see what happens when we try to do this on a background thread. Don't do this at home, kids. Okay, set the collision. And then we will need to set collision enabled after that. Query only seems to be what works. And then we just do the overlaps. So that's what we're going to do there. So run live coding on that. We can get rid of our trace. Yeah, we're just going to do that when it finishes. What would you say are good practices for async task stuff? I experienced some issues crashing when doing stuff on other tasks. I guess you should avoid using pointers and just feed the task data and move it back to the game thread. I mean, you can use pointers. You just need to check validity on the pointers. You can use T-weak pointers and use the... I don't know. Are you doing C++, Denik, or no? I guess if you say async task, then you are. I use launch, which you have a few more options for priorities here. Well, actually, I think they updated it. Let me see. Async task. Because before you didn't used to be able to... oh, you put it up front. Rendering thread. So async task is usually how I call back to the game thread. But I mean, I guess this does go to it like handles what thread it should go to. But it doesn't, like, you can oh, it has a background thread priority. Okay, so why do I use launch anymore at this point? But anyways, you can just use T-weak pointers if you want to. That's one. You can just always check for validity. Right, you can have an actor pointer, and then you do the actor weak pointer dot pin, and then this will give you the actual pointer, and it gives you a strong pointer, which means it's going to stay in for this entire thread. Like, it's going to stay relevant this entire thread. And so if you do this pattern, actor, set locate, I don't know, like some shits. What are you mad at here? Oh yeah, because it's a strong. So just do auto, but it's a strong pointer. So if you get here, like, actor is safe to use, and it'll remain in memory until this goes out of scope. So you can use the weak pointers like that. It's probably the safest way to do it. So pin keeps the garbage collector from invalidating the underliner pointer. Yes, unless it's already invalidated, in which this will return false. And so you'll never get in here. But yeah, it creates the strong object pointer, which is what the strong object pointer is what prevents garbage collection. So if you're using pointers, do that. Another thing, if you're editing, like, let's say I'm passing in like this variable here, and I need to access some some members on whatever class I'm in. And so you can do something like F scope lock. Scope lock. If you're going to modify some member, you know, and usually that's like a collection. So it'll be like some, like a map, key equals value, you know, like something like that. I'm just writing pseudocode at this point. So a scope lock will prevent a crash from happening when you write to a member on the class that you're in. And it could be a different class, right? If you have two different threads trying to write to the same thing, it'll cause a crash. And so you can use a scope lock. You can also do a F scope try lock, which I think is more useful. And I actually ended up writing my own F scope. Wait, what is it? F scope try wait lock, which will actually wait, because a try lock will just fail. It will return false if not, if it doesn't get the lock. But mine, I wrote this one and it will wait until it can get the lock, which is for the most part what I want to do, right? If something's already using it, just wait your turn, basically. What other tips do I have for async stuff? TQ is a nice, this is a thread safe thing. I'll just say struct thing. Yeah, and this is some payload, right? And then you like payload dot thing equals thing, you know, and then you would like F struct thing. You know, you have this as a member on the class somewhere. You have the TQ as a member, and then you can like enqueue, you know, a payload. And then what I like to use that for is like a lot of in my entity processors, I'll do stuff on the background thread where I just like prepare data. I prepare a bunch of data, but all the changes need to happen on the game thread for some reason. Maybe I'm changing an actor location or something like that. I'll package it all up in these payloads. I'll pop it in a queue, and then on the in the processor's tick function on the game thread, I'll just you know, I'll dequeue everything from the queue, and that's a way to be like thread safe. For the most part, if that's only good for like if you have a lot of things that you need to process at a time. If it's only like one-off things, then, you know, just do an async task. Just do an async task back to the game thread. If it's just kind of like a one-off thing. But if you do a lot of these, like I'll do this for a lot of like draw debug box or whatever, because it doesn't crash if you do that on a background thread, but it does hit a bunch of assertions, which are super annoying. So I do a lot of that, but you'll notice if you look at the profiler insights trace, then these add up, right? Especially if you do a lot of them. So if you have a lot that you need to pass off to the game thread, or if you're like, maybe there's some like loop, you know, maybe you're doing this as a part of some loop, I wouldn't do that. If you're doing an async task back to the game thread as a part of some loop, I would go with the queue method. So I'm currently iterating through all my characters on my player controller tick for priority significance, so I don't get access to any weak pointers because I just call get all actors of class once per update. I might have something similar to that. Let me check out my player controller and see what I do, because I do this for like processing the potential targets. And I don't think I do the weak pointer, but I probably should. But yeah, here I'm launching a task. And I think usually what I like another array, I'm not doing it here. Oh yeah, calculating targets. So yeah, you can have a Boolean, because like I run update potential targets on tick, but it's expensive. It might take longer than one tick. And so this sets calculating targets to true. And so I only run it again if calculating targets is false. Like it doesn't get here if that's false. So guarding the launch of a new process is another strategy you can do, just to make sure, because there could be a race condition where you kick off one and kick off a second one before the first one completes, but then the second one completes before that first one completes, and then you've got like stale data, like out of date data. You don't want that. So that can help with that issue. But what do I do? Oh, I'm just doing a sphere trace for on the background thread. rather than get all actors of class. But I think you can make weak pointer, I think, if I'm not mistaken. Or rather, what you would want to do is you'd actually want to make strong pointers. If you have any regular pointer, what the fuck? What type was that? What T strong object pointer? You can just make there's some way you can let me look up the docs. There's some way to do that. You can make shared. Let me click on strong pointers. Or a weak pointer, I guess. Oh, you would want to make shared, I think. Reverting to shared pointers. Yeah, I guess you would make shared actor, and then this might have I mean, I guess you can like just change that to a weak pointer and then dot pin. And what does this return? Oh my god, all this other code is like fucking it up. Convert type of null pointer. Oh, there's nothing in there. Is that the issue? Oh my god. Okay. Actor, totally not null actor. Not initialize, make share, so it has to be like shared pointer. I don't know, there's some way to do that, I guess, but I think if you just have, like, if you're using get all actors of class, like, they should, for the most part, be all there. Just make sure you're checking for validity before you do anything on them. There's got to be some way to do that. Make... Yeah, it should be like make strong pointer. But I guess make shared... Of course the documentation doesn't fucking exist. There is some way to use make shared to do this. Sure, that. Cannot initialize type actor with value of type actor. I mean, do I need to, like, do that? Maybe make share. Let's find usages of this. I'm actually curious for my own purposes because I should be doing this more. Just give me an example. Oh my god, there's so many parameters. Make shareable. Make strong. Make strong. I guess you can make them as thread safe, I suppose. So that's probably the preferred method. And you don't need to like do that. Oh, I mean, okay, so you do have to do that. And then this is a shared pointer. And I guess there's some, it's by default thread safe, which let me read what that means. Where, I just closed that tab, okay. Shared pointer owns the object it references, indefinitely preventing... Oh, so it's the same as like a strong pointer, I guess. Wait, what's the difference between a shared and a strong pointer? Is it the same as a unique pointer? T-shirt pointer is a hard reference to an object that multiple object. I mean, it says that. Yeah, just make them as shared pointers. A shared reference, and then you can. Can you make, I mean, you can make probably a weak pointer. Well, you make shared. Oh, here's how you make a weak pointer. It's a ref, so. Isn't one for U objects and one for everything else? Shared and strong pointers? I mean, you can use them for structs and actor pointers. I mean, I feel like you can use... I don't know. I don't know. Problem is with that, if I have 100 characters that could potentially be garbage collected at any time, when I use get all actors of class, iterate through it, and make a weak pointer, garbage collection could already have kicked in between those instructions, couldn't it? Right, but the weak pointer knows that, right? So, and I guess you can make a weak pointer. But it kind of sounds like a shared pointer might do it. Although it says a shared pointer can be empty. It says a shared pointer owns the object it references, indefinitely preventing deletion of that object. So I think what you would want to do, right? So you have your for loop, right? You have, you know, your get all actors of class, but for each, and you have some T array of actors. So iterate over actors, and then you have your just your regular actor pointers. You have your regular actor pointer. I think what you would want to do is this, right? You make shared there, and then actor shared pointer is valid, I think. Wait, what is this? Oh, it's a shared ref. Okay, hang on. T shared pointer. So I guess it's like a ref Is there a make shared pointer? Make shared. Going back to shared pointers. T shared pointer. New pointer. Okay, so you can just like T shared pointer right here. Okay, so you can just do that. And then you have your shared pointer. And so if you, it might be invalid. Like this actor pointer might be null. But once you put it in a shared pointer and you check it, anything here is safe. I think that's what you'd want to do. As far as I understand it. So yeah, there's a quick lesson on async stuff. And I recently went through and changed a lot of my ability queue stuff to be weak pointers, and it fucked up my whole animation system. So I need to go through and fix that. Although I'm still uncertain on why I couldn't make a T weak pointer and pin it. So a T weak pointer is made from a shared pointer. It's the same thing. A weak pointer is a roundabout way to get a strong reference. But yeah, I guess you could do that. Wait, what is this saying to me? Oh, you need to pass a ref to it, which could be null? No? Oh, I'm doing a weak pointer instead of a weak object pointer. There you go. I mean, yeah, you can do that as well. But it's just kind of a roundabout way to get the same thing. It's just, this is a roundabout way to do the same thing that I just had. Either works, I think. Yeah, either one works. So you can do T shared pointer. Let's just call this smart pointer, so it works for both scenarios. Because then you don't need to pin it, because it's kind of already pinned, right? How do you have YouTube Shorts camera follow your cursor? I found a script. If you search like OBS mouse zoom and follow, you'll probably find the GitHub repo that I used, but I had to modify mine to work well with Unreal Engine. So I have like I have a modified version of that. Would love to have watched it from the beginning, but well, the VODs will be up. The VODs are on my channel, so you can watch the whole thing from the beginning if you'd like. So yeah, there's a smart pointer breakdown. I learned a little bit in that. So thank you for the question, Dinnick. Let me know if that still doesn't make sense. But I forgot what we were doing. We're trying to do this on a background thread and seeing what happens. And yeah, I'm not checking for validity on this dynamic mesh component. Maybe I should do, I don't need to be capturing this, but maybe let's practice some of our newly found knowledge here. So shared pointer on dynamic mesh component. Do you really need the class? Do you need me to specify that for you? You do. So shared pointer. Yeah, and so you're gonna get, this is another thing. Yeah, if you come up with the answer to that, let me know, because I'm a little curious as well. But whenever you pass by parameter, like this expects a raw pointer on this function. And so what you'll have to do if it's a smart pointer is do .get. But that is safe if you have done I don't know if do we need to, you might need a manual call is valid. But this is safe to do if you've checked it for validity. So I need to do this in more places. But I like early returns so that we don't get unnecessary nesting. Easier to read, more horizontal space. I want to see the game results. Swing back around in 5 years. But yeah, let's we move that to a background thread. So let's see how this works now. If it even works at all, we might get a crash because of I know the collision system does not like to play well with background threads, but we'll see how true that is. We will see how true that is. Thema, admin, welcome in. Hello, hello. It did not like that. So what do we have here? Update, so it's really just executing the transaction, which maybe we can just skip that. Querying G is editor loading package from any thread is not safe. You should capture the value instead if needed. Yeah, then we're creating the physics meshes on the background thread. So it didn't like that either. Assertion failed is in game thread. I do have async cooking on, so maybe if I turn that off, it's actually okay. Well, no, because it has to be kicked off from the game thread. So this function seems to be not able to run on the background thread. I'm gonna guess it doesn't build it properly. And we're just hitting assertion after assertion, and we're gonna hit like a null pointer or something somewhere. Good God, yeah, fatal error. Shutdown after error, yeah. So we cannot do that. We can't do it. We've hit our exception. We have hit our exception. Okay, so we at the very least need to do this outside. Okay. We'll see if the rest of it can happen on the background thread, but I'm pretty sure that's the biggest issue. But async cooking is on. So I would hope that that just runs on the background thread now, because that's how it works for my other dynamic meshes. Okay, so we've rebuilt. Let's not crash this time. Moxie, what are you doing? Hey, 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 come here. Moxie, come here. This one's taking a long time to boot up. Let's check the shorts analytics. What do we hit today? 6,500 views on shorts. Max of 97 people. The other day I hit a max of 250 for like a brief second, and then it just like crashed dramatically. It's so interesting the way the YouTube Shorts algorithm like pushes content. I seen you in my short today. Yeah, Hasty. You'll see me in your shorts a lot. Okay, so let's run it back. Did I build the engine? Oh no, yeah, this is Unreal Engine. Yeah, you realized. I did not build this myself. Well, I did rewrite a lot of the systems, but the engine I did not write. Okay. Okay, so we still hit this. Oh, from setting collision enabled. When is async physics actually an async init body? When is this actually going to be a thing? Because there's a CVAR for it, but it's literally read only. Like you can't fucking set it. So I don't know what they're planning to do with that. Maybe CDPR can come in and actually make that work. So yeah, I think we're gonna hit the same thing. So yeah, we can't do that. Yeah, there's the exception. Yeah, we can't do that from the background thread either. I am glad we got the overlaps figured out, but now I guess we're dealing with the large collision build cost. Async cooking. Yeah, maybe defer collision updates can help. Let's just load from the main menu. I think it's actually load a different seed. So this will be the serialized procedural terrain here. So a little faster than generating it all over again. Just a tactical roll. Oh my god. This is like on... What is this on? Wireframe. Why are you bad? Might be way off, but initial overlook makes me think you are working on the collisions of different building items. Yes, that is primarily what, well, just of this this little voxel algorithm area that I built. Mahjong Singer, welcome in. Welcome. Yeah, this is on the dynamic mesh component. And is that literally just because I'm calling get overlapping components on a background thread? So let's just move that out. And we'll rebuild after that. Why are you mad? Why? Oh, I put a backtick in there for my little fat fingers. Okay. So yeah, today we're working on getting the overlaps, working on the dynamic mesh voxelization algorithm thing that I wrote over the past couple days. And the dynamic mesh was just giving us a hell of a time, but we finally got overlaps on it. And now we're just trying to figure out how to make it performant. And I wanted to do things on the background thread, so I'm gonna have to play around with the settings. Do it on the background thread instead of on the game thread, because it was like 200 milliseconds or something stupid. Way too slow. Way too slow. So let's go with the world gen. Okay. I could just be doing this in my test level, but this is more fun. This is more fun. Okay. So here's what we're doing. Trying to define an area. Right? And then these little boxes pop up, and then I need to get the overlaps on that. So click. Why is this why is this happening? No. Prefer static draw path is true. I guess maybe should I not be doing the static draw path? Damn nice. Optimization is tricky, specifically in Unreal, I believe. Yeah, I mean, I think optimization is tricky in any engine. Unreal Engine is quite picky, though. It's so great. Look at the analytic difference between my horizontal. Here's my horizontal YouTube stream. One viewer, which is I think just me on my other monitor. 165 total views. Average view duration is very high, 7 minutes. Whereas here's oh god, bring that back, Jamie. Pull that back up. Okay, so yeah, that's horizontal, and then this is YouTube Shorts. Like at one point we had 98, 97. What was our highest tier? Like 10? 10 concurrent on the horizontal. 60, almost 6,500 views for the YouTube Shorts. Only 25-second average duration though. Which honestly I feel like might be kind of good for Shorts, right? That's kind of that kind of might be a pretty good Shorts view duration, right? Wake up scrollers, how you got me. Hasty, what are you saying? What are you saying? Let's just go to the test level. I'm tired of where's my open world test? There we go. Just go to the test level. I'm getting tired of generating everything. Okay. So it was just because I was literally, it was because I was changing it to a strong pointer. Okay. Building area, let's change you back to the dynamic draw path. Because apparently that matters. Run live coding there. All we're doing is making a shared pointer. That's all we're doing. Something about the static draw path it did not like. That's so weird. Object destroyed outside of garbage collection. Maybe, yeah, maybe shared pointer is not the move here. T shared pointer. Interesting. Can I move past this? It's still, dude, I don't know what it is about this like wireframe mode that it does not like. Yeah, so maybe here's the side effect that I found. Dinick, if you're still in here. Let's change it to a weak object pointer. Auto pointer equals dot pin. So we'll change it and we'll see if that works. I'm watching on Shorts as well. Hell yeah. The algo works wonders to show off unrecognized creators. Yeah. Yeah, I guess so. Now, a lot of people don't know this, but like on YouTube Shorts, you can pause and then there's like at the top, there's a chip for like live, and then you can go into a live only Shorts feed. So a lot of people don't know that. But yeah, the live streams on that feed are quite the quality varies pretty significantly. It's a lot of very, very interesting people, I'll say. Have you programmed most of this on stream? Probably at this point, yeah. I mean, I don't think I started streaming this until I was about a year in to working with Unreal Engine on this project, so. Okay, so now it works. Now it works fine. So yeah, I guess Dinnick, we found one benefit of it. Yeah, so maybe weak pointer is the better move here. And let me try doing, we're just gonna move it one by one. Pointer. Wait, what? Oh, I need to do it I need to do it the other way. Let's try that. Pointer. Let's move that to the background thread, see if we can do that. Are you vibe coding, Dinnick? Is that what's happening now? Why can you pin a weak object pointer? That's how you're supposed to use them. That creates the pointer that doesn't get garbage collected until it goes out of scope. That's how you ensure that they are valid. It doesn't? What's the difference between a T-weak pointer and a weak pointer? Might be for like structs. Or something. God, this is what I hate about Unreal Engine. There's so much, so many picky specificities here. So many idiosyncrasies. Control click on the pin function. Yeah. When am I gonna start my merch line? Hopefully never. What's that even gonna say? Welcome to the drawing pit on like a shirt or something? Weak object pointer. What version are you using, Dinnick? I mean, it returns a T-strong object pointer, but it's in the T-weak object pointer struct. Do you need to import something? You're on 5.3. Maybe I'm on 5.6, so maybe that's the issue. I don't know what you would need to import. If you do a Control Shift F on dot pin, what happens? But again, I don't know what's the difference between T-weak pointer and T-weak object pointer. Oh, you have to construct this with a shared object pointer or with another shared pointer. You have to create it from like another. Yeah, I don't see any constructor that can work on just like a raw pointer. So maybe that's what the difference is. Whereas weak object pointer, T-weak object pointer. What is that? I don't even know what that means. I guess here's the constructor though. Yeah, I don't know. I wish Unreal Engine actually had documentation. That would be pretty sick, wouldn't it? Okay, so that worked. Can I do this now, or is this going to crash as well? Let's try this. ChatGPT actually proposed to use a T-strong object pointer. So I mean, I think it has the right idea, but maybe the wrong T-weak pointer needs a shared ref. So my T-weak object pointer just kind of bypasses the need for that, I guess. It's a little more straightforward. Okay, yeah, no, we got here again. Okay. Are we gonna crash, though? Is the question. No, we didn't crash. Do you have... And you have the proper overlaps. So, like, that's possible, actually. Possible. Let's get a profile on that. Give me a big one. Click. Yes, I know. Okay. Now, that's probably going to include the breakpoint, the debugger breakpoint time, which I assume is that frame. No? Maybe not. Where did it happen at? Oh, here we go. Check overlaps. It still took 44 milliseconds. Which is too much. That is too much. Build, finish build, blah, blah, finish area placement. Check overlaps. And I mean, that's, I guess, just for this at this point. Just this function. Which I have async cooking on, so I'm not even sure, like, what... Not even entirely sure. Then this had to have been like the break pointed time. 2 seconds where I was like break pointed. Yeah, oh yeah, here's the I guess it is doing async cooking. Okay, so it did create the collision on the background thread. But then why did it still take 44 seconds then? Just to iterate over all of the stuff that I've crammed into it? Process mesh, compute collision from mesh. What is process mesh? We just call the function with the mesh ref. Okay. Where's the iteration happening at? Parallel 4. Okay, if it's doing a parallel 4, like, why is it taking so long on the game thread then? Okay, let's move it out so we can get like a cleaner vibe here. Run live coding on that. We can close this now. Which is basically what the T-weak object pointer pin does, I think. Yeah. So I think ChatGPT had the right idea, but probably the wrong way to do it. How much do you code each day? Ever okay, a video game. I think you're trying to say ever play a video game like Red Dead Redemption 2 for freeing yourself. I actually find it kind of hard to play video games now that I'm so into game dev. Like, I would play video games all the time, but then I got into, I'm supposed to be doing a trace here. But now I find it kind of difficult because playing video games just makes me want to make my own. Honestly, that feels really smooth. So, like... Apparently I had one frame that was 9 seconds. And yeah, it was the update overlaps. So maybe we should... Let me try this. Let me try the options. Yeah, no, I really enjoy video game development, game dev, so... Like I don't find this to be a slog. I mean it is, but I enjoy it, right? This is how I spend my free time and stuff. Options, there we go. So let's play around with these options, baby. Let's go. Isn't there like the mode or whatever? Loki Asgard. The Asgard is back. Thank goodness. Thank goodness. Oriented boxes, I feel like. I don't know which one's best, but which IDE? This is Ryder, JetBrains. It's a JetBrains IDE. Or for game dev. Auto detect capsules, false. That didn't even exist. Thank you, AI. B auto detect. Boxes. We want that one to be true. Spheres equals false. These are all boxes. And then what was it was like emit transaction. Let's do false on that. Loki Asgard returns, and this time he's not just clapping crime, he's clapping bugs. Well, maybe next time he'll come back and clap cheeks. Can we do this same in VS Code? You can use VS Code with Unreal Engine, but I would highly recommend Ryder. It is free for non-commercial use now, and it is built specifically for Unreal Engine, so it is going to do a lot better job of teaching you how to use it. And trust me when I say I wish I switched to it sooner. Like VS Code, you're gonna have to do a lot of stuff yourself. Min thickness. Simplify holes. Yeah, I don't know what options are going to make it. You just had to say it, didn't you? Yeah, had to. Couldn't resist. I don't know if this is going to make it any better, any faster. It feels so smooth, but I guess there's like a single frame that takes a long time. Actually, that one didn't take very long at all. Was that one better? I don't know. No, maybe slightly, but it probably just had to do with the size of it. But this update overlaps. I wonder if I can do that part on the background thread. But I guess that is the... I guess that is the set... if I did set collision enabled first, does that change anything about this? Ryder? Misheard the idea name. Yeah, that's it, Ryder. I don't really know what the advantage is of raw pointer to T-weak object pointer, pin to T-strong object pointer instead of raw pointer to T-strong object pointer. How are you initializing the T-strong object pointer, Denik? So I think the weak pointer, I guess, is just a convenience method for ensuring that you can create the strong object pointer, and it will return false if not. And I didn't do what I was supposed to, which was trace that. Is it that? Yes, it was. So I think that one was worse, actually, because then it runs... overlaps twice. I would like that to not. Can I now? Let me try defer collision updates. Maybe that's my next guess on how to defer collision updates. That looked better. I can't even find the fucking thread that it happened in. There it is. Wow, that was a lot faster. $20 milliseconds or 20 milliseconds is still a long time though. Do I actually get the proper overlaps though? That's the next question. No, I don't. No, I don't. So that doesn't quite, and I'm wondering if I need to turn off, because I figured this out before that you can't have async cooking and defer collision updates both on. You're just initializing the T-strong object pointer. And so what happens if you try to initialize it with a null pointer? Oh, it looks like it only U object types. So there's one side effect. Else it just resets. So I guess nothing. You still just have to check for validity. So I assume there's no difference. I guess there's no difference. I couldn't find that constructor the first time I looked at it. And I guess the point of a weak pointer is to be able to pass it around. Like, if you're saving this pointer, right? If you're just using it, I guess if you're just using it for a throwaway task, this is fine. But like on some of my entity data, like what is it? U avatar entity data. That'll work. I'm saving these weak object pointers because this data doesn't own the pointer, because this is just a spawned actor, and I want to be able to pass this around without preventing it from getting garbage collected if it gets destroyed, you know? So I think that's why you use T weak object pointers, is because you don't know whether or not it's going to get garbage collected, and then you pin it when you want to use it. And then you can, whenever that goes out of scope, it goes back to being able to be garbage collected. And then you should be able to probably cache the T-weak object pointer and pin them whenever you're about to access them in an async test. Yeah. So that was like the first thing I was trying to explain, probably poorly, or maybe you went to the bathroom. But that's how I use them. Yeah, like right here. Yeah, if you have an actor and you can pin it. Okay, so now we're doing no async with deferred collision updates. No overlaps. Still no overlaps. Yeah, I mean, it works faster. It works faster because it doesn't overlap anything. And so the way I do it for my terrain chunks is that I just use complex collision. Collision is always enabled. And it's set to async. Then maybe this needs to emit transaction now. Maybe that's why. Dynamic meshes, man. They're like so finicky. So freaking finicky to work with. Let's see if we can even get collisions now. Nope, no collisions. Oh, it has collisions now, though. Okay, so hang on. Now we're cooking. Well, fuck. Now we're just back. Now we're just back to the regular shit. What? Because I'm emitting updates. Okay, so don't emit updates, but then do update overlaps here. Is that what we need? Oh, I can't even target it now either. Oh, I didn't run the trace. I didn't run the trace. Eight by 8. Update kinematics on deferred skeletal meshes? Is that a normal thing? And is there an update overlap somewhere? Here we go. So we got that. That is on the background thread now. And is working properly, I suppose. But then what the hell was this? What is this part right here? Does that happen every time? And also, do I still have like the trace collision on it? I do. Okay. Let's see if that happens again. Okay. So what the hell is that? On deferred skeletal meshes. Okay, let's do no deferred collision updates. And no async cooking. What does that do? Probably not good, I'm gonna guess. Song of Storms of My Beloved. Yeah, this is one of my favorites on here. Get supporting buildings. Yikes. Yeah, the overlap on that is very expensive. Okay, so now it looks different. I'm wondering, let's go back to async. Wondering if we should only turn generate overlap events on at the end. So let's do this. Async cooking, we'll do that. And then just stop it for now. Turn generate overlap events off. Is that, am I gonna need that? We're gonna need to turn it on. And we may be able to just initialize this. But we're going to basically set generate overlap events true on the background thread, and then update overlaps on the background thread as well. If worst comes to worst, I can always iterate over every single box and do a box trace like I do to just generate the thing to begin with, instead of using collision. And honestly, when I think building this actually is faster than running the collision on it, which if that's the case, yeah, still same thing. Oh, oops. I closed the engine on accident. Okay, let's restart that. Let's restart that. I'm gonna run to the bathroom real quick while that restarts. Okay. Sure, on accident. Okay. Let me see here. Oh, that was loading the building table for the first time. Where did we actually... There's the build. Okay, let me look at... build area mesh. Okay, so doing my own collision traces for every single box in the mesh is 20 milliseconds faster than using Unreal Engine collision. And it can happen entirely on the background thread. Why did I went down this whole fucking path of getting the overlaps to work on this stupid fucking mesh only to find out that it's not even performant as me just writing the system myself. I did not think, because like, did I mess up the trace? No, right there. So the total thing takes 62 milliseconds, but this part is you can see the geometry sweep single, like this is the part that does the collision. So this is me checking for collision on every, and honestly, this is actually doing slightly more than the actual voxels because it needs to test if there is an intersection. So it's doing like an extra layer in the air. What kind of collision checks are you doing that take 50 to 100 milliseconds? I mean, it's just creating this dynamic mesh component. And that's the reason, is because this dynamic mesh component is created out of a bunch of different meshes here. And then it's like when you create this, the overlap, when it does the overlaps, it's like the generate overlaps essentially takes about 60 milliseconds, it seems. But if I just do a box trace for every single box in here on the background thread, that's actually fucking faster. Let me go to the hump. We're going back to the hump. I'm waiting. Would one big box trace be sufficient? That would cause edge cases where you would get potential, because I have overhangs and underground caves. That's the whole reason this is so complicated. If I didn't have overhangs or underground caves, I would just do a box trace and it would be easy. It does not want to finish. It does not want to finish building this. I broke it. Because, like, you see the box I'm drawing right now, Dinnick? If there is a cave underneath the surface that I'm on, it would include that cave. I think I need to work on the generation a little bit better. Because, yeah, that, yeah, so I don't even need to build the mesh, honestly. Why is it returning old ones? I thought the code that I wrote for that would handle that. Yeah, I thought checking for overlaps on a dynamic mesh would be more performant than just doing it manually. So I just went through all that to only discover that it wasn't really that performant. I'm not really sure how else I would have found that out though, so I think that was a necessary... I think that was a necessary evil. Okay, so... Oh god. Okay, so checking for overlaps on that big needs how much? 1.3 seconds. Almost 2 seconds, so yikes. I guess even a box trace has some weird overhead, considering a box trace can also have rotated boxes and your building voxels are always straight. Well, the oriented part of it, I don't think would cause that much. Yeah, they're not always oriented, but that's like when I figure this all out, I'm going to change them to be oriented. Oh god, even destroying it takes so much time. Okay, so all of that to discover, I learned some things about the dynamic mesh. Let's just comment this out for now. I still want this to stick around just in case I need it. So what we need to do now is we just need to save the voxels. This, we're no longer going to build the mesh anymore. We're no longer going to use the dynamic mesh. This build area mesh kind of just turns into a perform area mesh trace or something. Where is the... Is it in get adjacent voxels? I think, no. Is valid area voxel. Here's where I do the line trace. Now I do have box trace single for objects. I think this needs to be multiple now. So I need to get every overlap. Does that even exist? Box trace multi for objects, yeah. So T array. But this is valid area voxel. I mean, this is all going to change. So like this is all going to be different. But actually, let me keep this the same just for posterity for now. So I have something to reference. And honestly, okay, we're just going to, let's build a new function. Let's build a new function here. So we can get rid of these comments. Don't need those anymore. So this is the old way. That's the old me. Okay, so this is going to be U function. Okay, yeah, and I need the meta world context. Thank you. Static T array. U scene component, I suppose. Get area components. Get area overlaps, I'll say. Get area overlaps. We basically need the same on mesh built. We're gonna repurpose that. We're still gonna use that to call back to the blueprint. And I guess that means we don't return here, right? Yeah. So we do void. Actually, I need a new one because it needs a new payload. Declare dynamic delegate. Probably need 2 params for the timestamp as well. So this will be on F on, I'll call it like area query. How about that? On area query complete. And it returns a T array of U scene component. And I'll say overlapped components. And so this will be, instead of get area overlaps, area overlap query. Okay. Voxel size, I like that that's a parameter. We'll keep that. Okay, so we have this. So now let's go ahead and just copy everything we have here and start, just start hacking. We're going to start hacking. I still want the timestamp as a key. Change that name. Build area mesh, change that as well. If it's not a valid area start point, we would just return empty array. On mesh built turns into F on area query complete. On undo. Let's refactor this to on area query complete. Okay. Starting voxel. This is all going to stay the same. What we don't need is any of this bullshit. So the code actually gets a little simpler as well. And the callback, we don't need that. We don't need that. We do need an array. Why is it? Why are you returning? Oh yeah, you return a float. You return a float now. What is my purpose? You return timestamps. Oh my god. Okay, so I need an array. Let's just initialize that here. T-array, u scene component overlaps. And we can just return that there. Return that there. I do need a copy of that so that it does not get... Another thing, Denick, if you're still here, when you capture things in a Lambda to change threads, you know, you can make it a ref by doing that, which is nice sometimes because it'll prevent copying it. And if you have a large amount of data, that can be beneficial. Now, the problem with that is this overlaps function is defined within the scope of this thread. So after this thread goes out of scope, so does the overlaps array. So I actually can't do this because it'll be null pointer by the time I get here, or it'll be null, it'll cause a crash. So sometimes you need to copy, sometimes you don't want to copy. If you're just passing a member of a class, you can probably just pass the class and avoid the copy, you know? So another little tip there. Weird that the compiler lets you do that. I'm not sure how it would know. It wouldn't, I don't think it has that depth of, hey, where have you defined this and whatnot? Because you could set this equal to a reference of something else that is in memory. So it's kind of letting you do whatever you want to a certain extent. Okay, and so this is valid area voxel is now going to change into get voxel overlaps. And so is valid area voxel. Let's copy pasta that bad boy and change it to the name that we've just come up with. Get voxel overlaps. 2 S's, because why the fuck not? But we want, we need to pass it an output parameter, T-array overlaps. You understood the bill, AI. Good job. Good. It's a ref because we're going to update it. It's going to get passed in, and we're going to update it. And we no longer need to skip. And we no longer need a valid voxel set either, actually. Although it is nice so we don't double check voxels. We just don't need valid voxels at all. Well, I guess we do to like... Yeah, okay. We still need both of those. Wait, do we? Get adjacent voxels. We can do a depth first search now too, actually. We don't need... Yeah, we don't need the additional data structure. The set is nice though. So we can just do a depth first search. So we're just gonna do, I guess we would need it to be like a lambda or something. Okay, we'll keep it like this for now, just to be fast, just to be scrappy. We might change that to a DFS rather than a BFS, just to save on memory a little bit. Although the memory's temporary, so it's not a huge deal either way. Passing the overlaps, so that will get populated with this new function. We can still keep the draw debug functionality. That's fine. Adjacent voxels. Yeah, the rest of this is fine. So get voxel overlaps. Let's generate U. Did I already do that? No. Okay, so boom. Get voxel overlaps. I guess we can still return Boolean from here, even though I'm not using it. And that'll just be basically if overlaps dot num greater than 0. So return if we have anything, right? And here's where we change it. Box trace multi for objects, B hits. I don't need that anymore. And so this turns into a T array, F my hit result, which is my custom hit result struct. It results, pass that in. Are you not, oh yeah, okay, you don't like the, yeah, you don't like that. Okay, that's fine though, that's fine. Draw debug, and I guess we need to change this to for each on the hit results. Let's make that a ref so we don't copy unnecessarily. I guess I called it hit result. There we go. Perfect. Perfect. I think that's all we need to do. Get box trace multi for objects, anything terrain and building. But I guess I would want to... It can be made reference to const. Oh yeah, I need to like iterate through it, and so I guess I should just return hit results, actually. Yeah, just fucking return hit results. Yeah, just return hit results. Overlaps. Yeah, I have more information from that anyway. F hit results. I don't need it to be a pointer. I do need to change that as well. Do I need to change anything else? Nope. Okay. So yeah, we're just gonna pipe that through. Pipe it through, baby. And I guess I would probably want to pass the object types in here. I think that's going to be a... Because it's going to be different. The way I use this is going to be different. Yeah, so let's forward the object types, which maybe should just be an array of collision channels, and then I can do the conversion to object type, which is what's happening here. Yeah, because I don't think the object type query is not something that can be used by blueprints. So yeah, let's do T array. It can be a const ref, T array. Not that. Of E collision channels. And I'll just call that object type so that I know what it's inevitably going to be used for. But we can pipe that through there. Yeah, I did not make it a ref. Let's fix that. Object types. There we go. That's prettier. Build area mesh. Oops, I changed it there when I needed to change it here. Bit voxel. Yep, object types. So now we can delete that. Object types. What are you mad at? Oh, I need to do the collision now. Okay, call it collision channels then. Collision channels. Or collision. I'll say collision object types. That way I know that it needs to be converted. Call it object types, and we need to like do one of these bad boys. So we'll go for each collision objects types. Collision channel, and then we can do blah 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 blah. Collision object types add, or no, object types dot add convert. Okay, I don't know why it copied it like that, but that's fine. That's fine. Pass the collision channel through, and we're all good. We're all good, dandy. Okay, now we got that there. We just need to make sure we're passing it through. Pass it through. Let's name it correctly in both functions as well. Collision object types. There we go. Why did that not like that? E collision channel. Array E collision channel. Collision object types. Oh, I didn't. It's not captured. It's not captured. Yeah. There you go. Okay. So we passed in the object types. Those are now, what are you? You should not be able to be made reference to const. That is what I forgot there. Overlaps. Nice. Nice. I mean, maybe I just call this like out hit result or something. That's more consistent with the naming. The naming conventions of the engine. Out hit result. Yeah, we can... Out hit result does nothing. Copy it. Boom. Okay. Let's run it. It definitely does cry if you try to return a struct ref in a function if you declare that struct inside the function. I have seen that one. I think the nuance of a scoped thing though is a little little different. Oh, I need to do T enum as byte. Because blueprints. Because blueprints. Yay. It should work the same way though, yeah. I miss what we're doing here. We're not using overlaps anymore. No, doing my own system of individual box traces seems to be faster, but we'll see. We're kind of testing it now. And it can run entirely on the background thread. We don't have to muck around with the dynamic mesh component. Potentially save memory too, because we're not storing a dynamic mesh component, although there would be ways to get around that. But yeah, if the performance difference is negligible, then I'm just going to go with the, you know, check for overlaps, you know, or check for line trace, box trace. On the, like, each voxel does its own box trace, essentially, is what we're trying to do here. On mesh built, I need to create a new one of these. Yeah, we need to update this. So we're building the mesh every frame. So friendship ended with that. So now we are going to do, what did I already forgot what I called it. Area overlap query. There we go. Now we're doing this. And we'll just make one of these boys. Yeah, create event. It's going to be a funky bunk, a little funky boy. Create a matching function. Let's call you area query complete. On area query complete. And let's just do a branch, or if this is equal to the latest build timestamp, then we can branch and log it. We'll just log what they are. Break hit results, print string, append, overlapped, and a hit component name. Okay. On query area complete. Boom. Huh? Why? I don't understand. What are you saying to me? Create delegate proxy function. Do I need to fucking recreate this function? Blueprint corruption. Update area size. Okay. Compile, save. Create event. Just make a manual function. Handle. Area query complete. And give that a float for timestamp and an array of hit results. And I think I just called that overlaps, right? Overlapped components. Which doesn't really make sense, but that's okay for now. Oh, it needs to be an array. Right. There we go. Okay. File save. Okay, that function is not fine because this event is missing it. Yeah, there you go. Boom. What is this? Create delegate proxy function 0 does not match the necessary signature. On area query complete, which is a float and a T array of F hit result. Why are you mad at me? Auto create matching function. Why is this so mad? Why is this big mad? Is the delegate or function even? I'm just gonna close building area. Can I copy this? What is this error? I don't even understand what this is trying to tell me. Does Unreal Engine delegate does not match the necessary signature. Okay, they just say like reload the engine. Okay, that fucking makes total goddamn sense, which is annoying. But that's where we're at. So just rebuild it. I don't know, nothing changed, so that's kind of... Closing and reopening solve the issue. Oh, that's so annoying. The Coyote Master. Sorry, Mr. Message. So I know how to use blueprints. How would you recommend to learn actual C++ code? I mean, if you haven't learned how to write code before, C++ is not necessarily the easiest to pick up, but it can be done. Okay, this does not work. Can I just... What? But I guess I would recommend getting Writer if you're gonna dive into Unreal Engine C++. Writer is a great way to learn. I have fundamental understanding of C# and Lua. Okay, perfect. Yeah, I would just dive in. Just dive in and get Writer. Use Writer. You're gonna have to download C or Visual Studio. So you'll need Visual Studio just to get it set up and everything, and you need the build tools and stuff. But there's like if you look up like C++ Unreal Engine, there's docs for it. But you use Writer because it does a lot better job of teaching you. That's the only specific tip I have. What the hell is wrong with this? Hello? It is BP. It's a dynamic delegate. And it wouldn't be able to create the signature if that wasn't the case. Yep, there it is. I just forget to return array as const. Excuse me. It has to be const ref. Is that true? No multicast. No. It's only want one thing to subscribe to it. This one worked fine. Hey Steve, you're saying yes. Like I do have to return it as const ref. If so, that would have been the issue. I did not know that, and that is something I'm likely to forget. Wow, it compiles now. Okay. That was it. Okay. That was it. Oh, idiosyncrasies. Let's delete that pin now. Oh, idiosyncrasies. And then what do we want this to be? Let's just return terrain and building for now. And yeah, let's see what happens. Oh, let me turn on the Uh-oh. The context object was not, oh my god, we are like running so slow right now. Okay, yeah, just stop. Was I not passing in the context object which, oh yeah, I don't need, yeah, we're actually, take the context object off. That doesn't make sense anymore. Not sure if that was the issue. But I guess I should be pinning the area actor or strong pointering it somehow. Oh, I see one issue that I'm having. I see one issue that I'm having. That would have been an issue. I should probably filter for unique ones as well, actually. Yeah, so interesting. Okay. Yeah, maybe I should just make this an array of scene component. That way I can just, or a T set. Can I make it a T set? That way I can filter for uniques. I think that might be better. T set, use, well, but it's gonna, I need information on the, I need information on the item, the indices for the instant static meshes. So it actually kind of needs to be a hit result, actually. Super lead here. I should get myself some sleep. It was super fun seeing you. Yeah, thanks for stopping by, Yatman. But for sure, take care of yourself, get some sleep. I actually had a similar problem yesterday. I tried to create a blueprint native event with T-array subclass of A. Compilers are bitching about it. I ended up needing to change it to a const ref array. Yeah, dude, that... Yeah, the blueprint's very picky, and it's frustrating when you hit just like some tiny little thing. Are you using MechVibes app? Yes, I am. I do have the same switches that I'm emulating, though. You just can't hear them on the mic. MX Blues, I think? I forgot. Yeah, MX Blue. So those are my actual keycaps too, or switches. Okay, yeah, I need to filter these, but that's going to be kind of expensive as well. I could create a little struct and create my own hash, and then just use a map. Hi, Fu Manchu. Welcome in. Thank you for the follow. And welcome into you as well, Unreal Kafasi. Yeah, I guess is there a hash already for the hit result? Probably not. No. No, there's not. So I'd have to kind of create my own, which would be a combination of component and you're welcome. C++ dev here too. Well, welcome in. Welcome in. Are you an Unreal Engine dev or just a C++ dev? Go for map. Thank you. Thank you for that comment. Yeah, let's create a little fucking stupid struct. This is kind of stupid. I hate that I have to do this, but I wish there was a way, like, I use Dart for my day job. That's one of the languages I use. And you can, like, when you create sets, you can specify a function for equality, which is really nice. So I wish I could do that here. I don't think, yeah, that doesn't have an equality operation, but we'll take care of that. Don't you worry. Hash it. Yep. Okay. Yeah, we'll fix that. So hit result dot hit component. And actor, so that's going to be a pointer. I also need the index. Yeah, the element index, which will be the index of the instant static mesh instance, which we will need that as unique. Was that Epic game for a bunch of years too? Oh, you're an Epic dev. That's fucking awesome. What did you work on at Epic? C++ for 20 years. My God, you are a seasoned veteran. You are a seasoned veteran. Oh, I could have used your help so much just a little bit ago. We got it figured out. Yeah, what can I hash here? What are my hash options? I guess I need to hash a combination of component and element index. I just add? Oh yeah, there we go. Perfect. Yeah. So just I think those are my uniquenesses there. Okay, so I have this hit result hash. So let's make a map of this. Tmap of hit result hash to hit result. Okay, so we have we're going to now if I append all results, how do I want to do this? All results would just be the values on the hit result map hash. So we don't do anything here. What we do is we just go hit result map dot add f my hit results hash, or no, f hit results hash, passing in the hit results. Ooh, and it's an array too, right? We'll have to do that. Yeah, I guess I have to iterate over each out hit results and then do it that way. Hit results. I mean, the value can just be hit result as well. It's taking up more memory than we need to, but can I have your playlist? It's Bits and Hits. It's right there in the player. Bits and Hits on YouTube. And I think they have Spotify as well. Okay, so we have our hit result map. I just do dot value, generate value array. Hell yeah. Oh, it needs an out array, doesn't it? Okay. Fair. Let's not copy that over the wire when we don't need to, right? So, oh yeah, and then I already have the array. All results, yeah. Here we go. And honestly, yeah, you can just take throwaway. Here, we'll do that. Keep it all local, locality of behavior and whatnot. Okay, so we did our little stupid hash function there to fix that. Our little our hash struct. Oh, I need a default destructor, don't I? That's gonna complain. I think. Yep. I doubt I could help you. Although I was there for years and never actually worked much with the actual game-related aspect of the engine, only core C++ things, and very little experience with blueprints, actors. Well, I don't use those very much, so... Yeah, I wrote my own ECS system, actually, and my own procedural terrain generation algorithm, so I work a lot with, like, some of the you know, what I could have used your help on is probably, like, the scope locking issues that I was having. I think that's the lower level C++ side of things, which I imagine you have some knowledge on. The first 3 years I was working on some of the pixel streaming stuff. Interesting. Oh, and then you were on the Epic Online Services SDK team. Okay. But maybe not. But yeah, I don't use blueprints a whole lot. And you know what? Let's show off the game. Let's show it off. Here is my pride and glory. My procedural terrain algorithm. There it goes. Need to do some blending on the textures, but there's a laundry list of things to do. That's really cool you worked at Epic, though. Okay, and then of course we're using PCG down here. Here's the world map. I am in, the zone is called the Staff of Magic. We're right next to the Executioner's Block of Death, Hidden Valley, Haunted Fen, Thunderbloom Hollow, Sunstone Coast, Winter's Grasp. Let's boycott blueprints together. Hell yeah. You know, if I could change header files without needing to rebuild the engine. Okay, so that's... I don't know what I was expecting to see there. Let's do a log for num overlaps too. Num overlaps. I hate that it's called length in fucking blueprints. Like they just change the name of everything. Like, bro, just keep the names the same. Keep the names the same. Call it num because it's num in fucking... Really? Really? Honestly. What's your deal though? What are you getting mad at? World? World context object is none. Okay. We can probably do a quick check on that. Why does that not have a... Yeah, I guess the world context object is expected to be populated. Okay. Come on, Ryder. Come back to me. Yeah, just stop it. Fine, if we don't have an area actor, return false. Then let's also do that from our other function too. Okay. Why is this taking so long? Here we go. Hey, Moxie. Uh-oh. Hi, sweet. Using self for this is even worse than numb. Yeah. Yeah. All the blueprint normies don't understand what that means, though, I guess. But yeah, there's just so many things that it's like either it doesn't have parity with functionality or the names are just completely different, you know. Frustrating. Frustrating. Okay, let's go back to the... not that one. The open world test. What? My footprint textures are wrong. What? Why is that happening? And why can't I end like this? I massively messed something up somewhere. I almost need like a manager class for this so I can like interrupt the old ones. Because it runs every... Yeah, maybe I shouldn't run it every frame. Yeah, maybe I shouldn't do that. Maybe I shouldn't do that. Okay, let's change that. How in the world do you break footprints? I don't fucking know. That seems like an engine issue. Does not seem like my issue. Here we go. Yeah, all of this is dead to me. Now we just do this. I see no law. Wait, am I even hitting the? Am I hitting the finish? Am I hitting this? It's never finishing. But we're still in a loop, so there should be like 2 running now, I guess. Why is this taking so damn long? I have 26 voxels. Yeah, do we get here? Does it really take that long to run? Interesting. Been working on some engine agnostic tech for my game for years now. Too long, yeah. Now that I need to work on gameplay, I'm finally getting around to use UE as a game developer, but it's baby steps. How long have you been using UE for? About 2.5 years. I think it'll be 3 here in a few months, so going on 3. Going on 3. Oh my goodness. Yeah, we have an error. We have an error in the matrix. Okay, so we have an infinite loop. We have some infinite loops. That would explain it. Oh, I see what the issue is, I think. Yeah, so we need we need something like this. Oh god. Yeah, that's gonna, yeah, just stop the engine. Yeah, that's gonna be I guess I can just inline that. Oh yeah. You using a plugin for voxel generation or making your own voxel system? Neither. I know we're looking at voxel code here, but this is just a voxel. This is just like a single voxel algorithm to for the player to define an area in the world. And the reason I'm using voxels for that, I do have the procedural terrain, which has overhangs and underground caves. And so if I just did like a simple box trace or like, you know, shape trace, it would pick up on either overhangs that the player doesn't want to select or caves underneath the ground potentially. Because if you imagine, like, I can draw out the problem space that I'm working on really quick here. I've gotten so good. I've drawn this out so many times. I've gotten really good at it. Okay, so here's the problem space that we're working with here. So brown is terrain. So imagine we're looking at terrain from the side. Here's the terrain. Let's say we have a cave right here. And so this is all solid terrain, right? And so we have a player here, and he's going to go and walk up here. And so he's going to click like here. Yeah, like here, right? He's going to click there, and he's going to drag that all the way up here. So he's clicking and dragging, right? And so that would draw a box like that, right? And so if you just did a box trace, you would select this area, this area, and this area up here, which the player may not intentionally want to do. They probably just want this surface, right? And so that's why I'm doing this voxel algorithm. I split this into voxels, and I walk the voxels. And I say, hey, if this voxel is in the box and it's overlapping terrain, that's the next important part. It has to be overlapping terrain. Or something to return. Then it's a valid voxel, we should return it. And I was building a mesh for that, but we just figured out that building the mesh to get overlaps was way less performant. Who would have thought? Who would have thought? Did you go to a coding school or something for this? Nope. I have taught myself. I am entirely self-taught. Dropped out of college, as a matter of fact. Okay, let's see if we get to the end now. We do. Okay, we finally got into the result. Okay. Yes, we are here. Yes, yes, yes. And we have our overlaps. Yay! Okay. My num total overlaps went away, though. I want that back. Okay, so now that we don't have an infinite loop, it works. Imagine. Imagine that. Okay. Length, num overlaps. Okay. Let's see what the performance of this is now. So we're gonna do a, sure, we'll snapshot, but let's do a performance line trace. And I was just doing, I think 8x8 was like kind of what I was testing with. So we'll go 8x8 if I can figure out what direction that's in. Okay, num overlaps 1. Cool. How much time did that take? This is going to be like so much crazier. And so we named it what? Area query. What did I call it? Area overlap query. Wait, what? There's no way. No shot. I don't believe that. I don't believe that that just happened in 11 microseconds on the game thread. Finish area build. The algorithm itself to build it was taking so much longer, and it was actually showing. I don't think that's correct. I think this is getting like the wrong size or something. Okay, so we're gonna do it here as well. Did I actually make that on a background thread? Yeah, it should be on the background thread. Printing a string took 22 milliseconds? What? Anyways, area overlap query. Where the fuck is it? Pixel Shake, welcome in. Okay, that's more like it. Area overlap query. Well, that's still... I'm only seeing one fucking trace. Did 5.6 help performance any? From what I've seen, a little bit, maybe. It's only doing like 3 traces. What? This doesn't seem correct at all. Okay, here we go. Okay, that must have been one of the really small ones. Okay. So yeah, it is about the same. Here we go. Now we're fucking cooking here. 54 milliseconds. That looks more so what I imagined. That was just, I was just looking at some really small ones there. Oh my goodness. What's this doing? It's doing like an area voxelization type algorithm to allow the player to define an area. Let me actually turn, we need the decal now that we're not doing the dynamic mesh. So turn that on. And I guess I'll just need to make sure the decal works properly, which is actually going to be kind of hard. Because the, just doing the volume, the box volume is going to make it project onto caves or overhangs that doesn't actually get selected by the algorithm. And let's actually turn on get voxel overlaps. Let's just do this. I don't want to turn on all the debug drawings because it's going to be like giga pain. My GPU will be in pain if I do that. But I want the player to be able to define areas so they can send their colonists there, you know, chop trees in this area, stay within this area, that kind of thing. So there's the, oh, of course. Yes, I know, of course. You don't like being called on the background thread. I understand. Okay. So like a dynamic volume. Yeah, I guess you could consider that, but it's specifically for like, it just does surfaces, right? It's like it like takes the starting point and it walks voxels along a surface until it reaches the end of the boxes. And it does overlap traces for every voxel to make sure that it's, you know, touching something that we want, basically. Oh my God, writer, come on, work with me here. Work with me, people. Why voxels instead of particles? You and particles. That's just the, is that the only thing you know how to use in Unreal Engine? Because I don't know how to use particles. That's the reason. And I guess the reason I went down this road is because I needed collision. I needed collision information. Which to me says I need it on the CPU and I need it now. But I guess, yeah, voxels maybe, or particles maybe. Let's see, there's the algo. Let's take me to the hump. Where's my hump at? There it is, there's my hump. Oh, just points? Because I mean, the voxel is just a point at a certain step size, right? So a point would be pretty much the same concept, except I'm just doing a box trace instead of a line trace because it's more effective. But yeah, that's the algorithm. Right, because I mean that's the voxel is just a location. Like it's a location and a voxel size. That's it. So it's not. I'm not like storing data or anything like that. I'm just using a particular step size to do line traces. But and then I just do a box trace instead to make sure I'm encapsulating the entire space. Seems smooth now. Yeah, a lot smoother. But now I need to handle. I also need to handle like when I look at this. When I look at this, I need to be able to interact with it. So there's actually no collision on it now. And so there's still some downsides with this approach, even though this is like a lot smoother. Because like, you know, even just defining the decal like area on this. Sorry, my dog was having a fucking snorting fit. Does anyone else have dogs that do the reverse sneeze snort thing? Apparently, like, it's almost like hiccups for a human or something, and you have to like plug their nose so they breathe through their mouth. But my dog is not very smart, and she does not know how to breathe properly, and it happens to her all the time. And I have to sit there and plug her nose until she breathes through her mouth. Stops like hiccup, snorting, reverse sneeze type things. Did I miss a follow during that? Mr. Mage, thank you for the follow. Dark Knight as well 15 minutes ago. I don't think I got a... Did I not get alerts for that? But thank you for the follows, guys. And welcome in. But anyways, here's this green is the volume for the decal and how the decal projects. And like, of course, you know, that's going... If there's a cave under here, which is the... You're going to Boolean a dynamic mesh to make the collision. I mean, that's what we were already doing. And... the collision is very unperformant, and I can't seem to get it to generate overlaps on the background thread. And it'll take like 60 plus milliseconds on the game thread for like a moderate size volume like this. So that's why I turned that off. It did look really fucking cool. And I might actually, can I open like the screenshot location or something? I have some nice screenshots of it, I think. Not that. I can't see a thing. Where did they go? I thought I had some nice ones. Oh, they're at the bottom. Yeah, like this. Like this is what that looked like. So it looked really cool. And this is actually grabbing onto these roots, so it actually can wrap around the roots and stuff, which is cool. There's like a view of down in there. So yeah, the dynamic mesh is really cool. And I can generate it, you know, smoothly enough, but it's getting the collisions on it. Moxie. Oh my god, my dog. How long have I been working on this game? Same as I answered before, about 2.5 years. 2.5 years. Yeah, but you're saying this is a single layer thing, right? So you can just manually trace against the terrain, for instance, and just have it check an array of 2D vectors to see if it's in an area. I don't know what you're saying, Pixel Shake. An array of 2D vectors. It cannot be 2D for the overhang case. Right, so it doesn't need to be 3D. Oh, although I'm not like 100% sure what you're saying here. So yeah, now I need some sort of collision on this to understand when I'm looking at it. And I don't know, is there some sort of like decal collision I can use? Like some sort of, maybe like some sort of Niagara particle collision or something. So that, I mean, yeah, I guess I need to look more into decals and stuff. Because like, yeah, I can't have that be the decal projection box, right? So yeah, maybe I need to use, because can't, I don't know. Maybe I'll need to look into Niagara particle effects a little bit more, I think. I'm gonna have to get some work done on my game too. Need to make use of the days the wife and kids are away. Hey, I get it. Take care. Yeah, thanks for stopping by, Fu Manchu. Hope to see you again. Good luck on your game. And I wish you solid progress. So yeah, is there a better way to draw this, right? I guess that's what I need to know now. Is there a better way to draw like a surface level thing than just splatting a fucking decal from the top down? I also don't like the decal system seems kind of half-baked, to be honest with you, because like things either receive decals or they don't. There's no like receives certain decals and doesn't receive others, you know? So yeah, I need to do some more exploration there. It's a lot more performant than the decal system. Yeah, is there a way to use like, I mean, I guess I could just use, if I just need a visual representation. Well, no, because I need collision too, to check for like the interaction trace, like when the player comes and interacts with it, you know? Which that collision might actually be fine to be a box. It would be a little weird to like if I'm staring like this would be getting collision, right? If I did that box. So I would like the collision to be tighter. Or like what if there's a cave down here and you're walking through it and then you just see the area interaction text box and you're like, what the fuck? You can do it in a different way. For instance, you can do world position in a post-process material, or you could use the terrain material and use world position. Yeah, what you said doesn't make sense to me. I am no good with materials. You can also do a Niagara system that just puts points on the terrain like in Death Stranding. I mean, I get the first part. I don't know what Death Stranding does, but yeah, I think what you're saying is what I was picturing in my head. But I guess there's no way to like make, because what I wanted was like a little area with like it's like transparent, but it has like a solid outline so you can see the borders really easily, and then you can change the color, right? And then it's just like a random color every time you place it, so that you can see the difference between areas, and if you overlap areas you can kind of see the overlap color or something, you know? That's what I was hoping for. But yeah, I don't know enough about particles to be able to do that. I guess if I made the particles, you know, cubes or whatever, or little flat, with just a shader on a box. But I guess I would need to pass in information about the bounds that any particular particle exists within, so I can get its world position offset in relation to the edge and determine whether or not it should be a border pixel or not, like, you know, the strong pixel or whatever. I guess that would be what I would need to do. Has your head ever hurt from smashing those buttons with your face? Yes. Yes, it does. How many Control Z's do I have today? 104. 104 Control Z's. Okay. Now, how do I get it to be 2D? Like, how do I get it to be flush with the terrain? I don't know. There doesn't seem to be like a very nice, like, holistic solution. It all seems kind of hacky. Decals seem like the holistic way, but they have their own side effects. And maybe I can even do collision with the particles as well. Maybe that's even faster than the collision that I'm doing. I would have to rewrite that algorithm though on the in a Niagara particle effect, which sounds like a pain in the ass. Place each vertex just above the collision point. Yeah, but how would you like make it flat, right? Because that would give you Minecrafty terrain look, right? How would you get it to look flat like this decal here? Can you do an aligned box with a decal? I guess you can rotate it, right? Maybe, is that the easiest way? I mean, yeah, but what if what happens when I go to the other side of the hump, right? Then that just breaks, because then it'll go back to flat. It'll go back to flat, and it still possibly encompass something underground. So yeah, that wouldn't work either. Do an Niagara module, but it'd be performant. So does Niagara run the actual collision simulation on the GPU? Or does it hand off like the particle locations to the CPU and then the CPU does collision? Because I thought it was like the latter. I thought you couldn't do collision on the GPU. But if you can, then yeah, that would be incredibly performant. Yeah, I'll have to do some looking into that though. I've been streaming for 6 hours, so I'm probably gonna hop off now. There was some toil today, but that's okay. We figured out a lot, and we did come to a conclusion here, sort of. What I have technically works for detecting the area and getting the proper things within the area, so that's good. But now I just need the visuals of it and the interaction of it to work properly. That's going to be the important parts. I could probably shoehorn something in some CPU background thread code to check my interaction trace for this particular scenario. You can do GPU or CPU, but I think collision requires CPU. That's what I was thinking too, and that's why I think I probably didn't go to that option first. Decal system is old, Niagara has performance gains. Yeah. I know the decals are like an extra draw call or whatever. GPU particles rely on either screen space collision or signed distance fields, which I don't know what those are. Yeah, I'll have to look into it and learn. But I'm gonna hop off. I am going to hop off. Let me see. Ooh, let me see if I can do a live redirect. See if Rian... Can I open this in a new tab? Let me go to his channel. See if he turned on live redirects like I asked him to yesterday. YouTube. Can I live redirect you? And I already forgot how to do it. So go to live, or manage videos, right? Go to studio. Click on one. Settings. How do you... I already forgot how to do it. I literally work here. This is how badly this system is set up. Live tab. You have to go to edit. You have to go to edit on my stream. Edit. And then where is it? Click customization. Okay. Under redirect, click add. Okay, let me see if I can do this. No live or upcoming content from your subscriptions. Wait, am I sub to Rian? I am. Okay, so he probably doesn't have it turned on then. Redirect privilege is needed. Ah, yeah, he didn't turn them on yet. If you're using a lot of Unreal's features, you will have SDS enabled by default. It basically bakes each mesh to have SDF. That sounds like something that dynamic mesh components do not have. So that probably won't... I'm going to guess that won't work for my procedural terrain. Oh, is he doing... He's doing the vertical stream as well. Oh, damn, I wish I could... I don't have any... Well, I have 4 people on YouTube Shorts. Yeah, I guess I can't send them to anyone. I wonder if I should ask him, hey, turn on your live redirects to me so I can raid you on YouTube and Twitch. But I don't want to disrupt his flow. I don't want to disrupt his flow. So we'll just I'm gonna just send you guys over there. We're gonna start raid. Okay. Yeah, thanks everyone for stopping by and hanging out. As always, it was great. Good game dev. But yeah, I'm gonna send you guys over to Rian, doing some art on his pixel game, which looks cool. So yeah, thanks everyone. Goodbye. Have a great rest of the weekend. I don't know if I'll stream tomorrow, but if I do, it'll be later. It'll be later. It won't be in the morning because I have brunch to go to. So yeah, take care. Take care, and so long and so forth and what have you.